Along everybody to the start of semi-finals Saturday as we have the first game in the women's semi-finals as it's Brazil against Japan. Well, Brazil were able to get past Great Britain yesterday on court in Hall 2, and of course some of the names you might be familiar with already. Ana Gabriela Brito Sunchal was number 2, Ana Carolina Duarte Ruas Custodio number 3, Moniza Aparecida de Lima number 5, Katia Aparecida Ferreira Silva number 6, Daniele Villas Longini is number 7, and Jessica Gomez Vitorino completes the lineup number 8. Gabriel Gurat Siqueira is the head coach, Edmar Sampaio dos Santos the assistant, Patrick de Menendez Batista is the other staff member. Well, Japan had to go all the way against the USA yesterday, winning in sudden death 4-3 on penalties. They have Yuki Tem as the number 1, Eiko Kakehata the number 3, Saki Amuro number 4, Amy Kamiya the number 5. She's not going to be taking part in this game like she didn't yesterday. Norika Hagiwara, who's winning penalties, sent Japan into the semi-finals, and Riko Takahashi completes the lineup. Kyoichi Ishikawa is the head coach, Sayaka Sugiyama is the assistant, and Nana Kanoshima is the other member of staff. So we have the two officials on court, which is Sarah Kurper, who is also alongside the other official, which is Antonios Christodoulos. Brazil on the right, and they will go right to left in this first period. Japan on the left, so they will go left to right. We'll reveal who the three players are starting very shortly, but one thing to notice, what's very clear is when Brazil have an attempt at goal, watch the technique that they adopt, which is something that has been coined as the Brazil special. So if you've not seen it before, you'll certainly see it in a few moments' time. Japan will start the day of action as these two nations look to reach the final here of the World Games here in Birmingham. Of course, although this is being played in Coventry and has done since Sunday. Gets out well to tonight. Hagiwara by Daniele Villas Longini. However, though wide from the Brazilian centre. You can already see the technique that Brazil adopt, which certainly really jumps out off the page. Left the court for a Brazil ball. Aparecida Ferreira Silva in centre and back on the far side after her attempt, which was kept out. Villas Longini going for the technique that I was just talking about, how to stand with her back to the opposition, go and throw it behind her to generate more power. So we're just over a minute in. First semi-final of the day, Japan 0, Brazil 0. Kakehata can get the better of Aparecida Ferreira Silva, but is unable to do so. Villas Longini is denied. Of course, whoever wins this will face either China or Canada in the final tomorrow. Blocked though by Brazil's defence, and in the centre, well read and good anticipation to keep that out. Yes, Longini goes for power, but Kakehata keeps it out despite Takahashi diving in front of her. from Ferreira Silva is getting kicked out by Japan. And off the court. And the Brazil defence, which will be their ball, of course. Got past Great Britain yesterday, winning 3-2 on the other court. Power from Vias Longini is going to take it in. Power deflection off of Hagiwara. And Brazil are in front in this first women's semi-final. You know, with the power it can end up absolutely anywhere, and it did, as it took a deflection off of Norika Hagiwara. So Japan trail, Brazil in the lead. Threw it from behind Hagiwara. It looked like at first might have blocked it, and going away from the goal and going towards the middle of the court, but went off her left side and in. She just couldn't react quick enough second time round to steer it clear. 9 minutes 33 seconds on the clock. It's Japan 0, Brazil 1. Ferreira Silva's attempt is pushed out from the near side by Norika Hagiwara. Kakihata unable to register a real good effort there as the Brazilian centre keeps it out. Off the court, blocked out, Japan ball. So off the court. So here are the three players on the court for Japan. They have Kakihata, Hagiwara, Takahashi in number order. For Brazil, it's Assunção, Ferreira Silva and Longini. It is Longini whose strike, with a technique behind the, or behind herself I should say, has given Brazil the lead, where she stands with her back behind the Japan goal and then just throws it behind her, and it ended up in off Norika Hagiwara. She is just having her eyes shades checked by the official Antonios Christodoulos, because they cannot touch them themselves. They have to ask permission for that to happen. Brazil are in that yellow strip with green flashing across the jersey, whether it's on the side or on the top. Japan in white with red on the top and the bottom of the shirt. Yes, Longini there to keep out a Hagiwara effort. Hagiwara does the same. She keeps out Vias Longini. And it's now 1-1. Kakihata equalises for Japan. It was the discus-style throw through the middle. It was low. Two Brazil players went for it, but it's ended up in the net via both Assunção and Longini. And it's 1-1. So Japan reply within just a few minutes of going behind. Kakihata just got the equaliser for Japan. Will go again. She'll go through the centre once more. Kept up well there by Assunção this time. By Ferreira Silva. Kept up with two hands by Kakihata. Yes, Longini again goes for the backward shot. And they were beating Finland on this court on the first few days of action. They most of the players that were on there were doing the same technique as Vias Longini, but it only appears to be it's her at the moment, compared to Katia Aparecida Ferreira Silva and Sun Shao. Six minutes, 55 seconds remain. Japan 1, Brazil 1 in the first semi-final in the women's goalball tournament. Kakihata will look to score again, but it was low and kept out by Vias Longini. It will now pass to Aparecida Ferreira Silva. Trying to go through the gap. Kept out though well by Hiko Kakihata. Yesterday, Japan went all the way to sudden death on penalties to beat the USA. To book their semi-final place. 1-1 at the moment. And still 12 minutes to go of the second period, which hasn't taken place yet, and still 6 minutes of the first half. Still plenty of time for plenty of goals and plenty of action to take place. Wow, is it going to trickle in? Not quite, as Vias Longini is there to stop it. It looked like from the Japan attempt, which took a deflection off of a Sun Shao, it was going to go away from Longini and just go into the corner on the near side where she's defending. But it just stayed out. By Hagiwara is kept out by a Sun Shao. Ferreira Silva. Let's it go. Well held by Hagiwara. Kakihata. Denied as well by Vias Longini. Hagiwara through the centre. Picked out by Aparecida Ferreira Silva, so there is a timeout. Been called, so a chance for the court to get a wipe in both the Japan half and Brazil half, and a chance as well for some drinks to be taken on board, as well as hearing the words from the coaching staff. Of course, the court can get very sort of difficult for players to move around on, with diving around all over the place to stop shots, particularly defensively. Of course, they can leave sort of sweat patches and marks on the court, so it is important to have that sort of wiped off when the opportunity presents itself for the staff on the side of the pitch. But it's 1-1, 4 minutes 52 seconds of the first half remain. Guinea put Brazil in front, then Kakihata would equalise for Japan. Kept out well by Sun Shao from Kakihata's effort. Remember, a chance to win this to be the first finalist in Sunday's final. China or Canada will be awaiting the winners on Sunday afternoon. From Hagiwara, it's a low one, trying to find the far corner away to the right of Katia Aparecida Ferreira Silva, but she pushes it out of court to her right. There'll be a Japan attempt here that will come from Eiko Kakihata. Straight forward for Aparecida Ferreira Silva, who gets up and has an attempt of her own. Straight into the centre, Takahashi. Hagiwara is also denied. Viaslongini going into the far corner, but that is dealt with by Hagiwara. She went from the far side looking for the near side on the Japan goal, so she went cross court, but she was unsuccessful. But it has been a very closely fought semi-final this so far. Japan often have tight matches. Seen that right the way throughout this tournament. Hagiwara's attempt is kept out by Aparecida Ferreira Silva. It does seem like the power is with Viaslongini for Brazil. Shown again, but it just didn't take that bounce or take that wicked deflection that might have sent it behind one of the Japanese defenders. Instead it was saved well. Not spilled at all by Norika Hagiwara. The player defending on the near side for Japan. Wide. Timeout called by Japan. With 3 minutes left on the clock. But right after this, we have the semi-final between Lithuania and South Korea in the men's, followed by then the second women's semi-final with China, Canada, and then we finish off with Japan up against Ukraine in the men's. Remember, if you lose this game, you will take part in the bronze medal match against the other losing semi-finalists, so you don't just lose the semi-final and you're done there. Of course, the teams who lost in the quarterfinals yesterday in both the men's and the women's will take part in a match to determine who finishes 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th, depending on how you got on. Which of course will take place tomorrow, as well as the finals and the bronze medal matches. Aparecida Ferreira Silva going for it and nearly finding a way in, just past the post. On Kakehata's side. Viaslongini keeping out Kakehata, who went across court, but not successful. No way through from Viaslongini's effort as Takahashi is there to deny it. Seemingly can't quite get it away in them corners. Japan, as much as Brazil have done a little bit in this first half. The latter part of it. Kakehata low. Easy for Aparecida Ferreira Silva, who's now moving from the far side into the middle. Kept out there by Kakehata. She gets up quickly and is denied herself by Ferreira Silva. Still no way through for Brazil, who look to regain the lead again. Will we get a breakthrough just before the end of the first half? Minute 41 it is. Japan 1, Brazil 1. That's how long is left of this first half. Viaslongini with that backwards throw again. It was low, it stayed low. Just getting in the way of it was Norika Hagiwara. Remember, who's winning penalty against USA, booked their semi-final place. And the effort from Kakehata got both Sun Chao and Viaslongini moving, but it was Viaslongini who kept it out. As we get closer and closer to the end of this first period here. Viaslongini's attempt is low and kept out by Hagiwara. So Brazil lining up a change. 4 minutes and 2 seconds that remain, so to find out who it is. So off will go Katia Aparecida Ferreira Silva, and Ana Carolina Duarte Ruas Custodio. Full name is going to come on Or just Anna Custodio, depending on if you want to just say first and second name, or if you want to go with the 3 middle names that she has. Yes, Longini's attempt carried out by Kakehata. Last minute of this first half. 1-1 it is. Now we're going to see Custodio go with the backward throw. There's power on that, but shut out well by Hagiwara. She's defended well so far in this first period. Tries to go through the gap in the centre, but reading it and dealing with it is Anna Sunchal. No from Custodio. Denied though well by Kakehata. When her and Vias Longini are on the court, they will adopt that throw where they throw it from behind. And it was Aparecida Ferreira Silva. She just would throw it forward like the discus throw, or just try and get the underarm power forward. But these two will go the Brazilian way. The effort though from Hagiwara is kept out by Vias Longini. As we're close to the end of the first half here. It's going to be the last attempt, which is kept up by Kakehata. So at the break, it is level score 1-1. Danielle Vias Longini put Brazil into the lead via a deflection of Norika Hagiwara. But then Eiko Kakehata would also see her effort blocked off by 2 Brazilian defenders and end up in the net. The first women's semi-final has had the first 12 minutes of it, and it's at the end of the first half. Japan and Brazil, who were level at 1 apiece. Looking forward to this second half, which is coming up next.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Well, we are close to the second half starting for both Brazil and Japan. 1-1 at the break going into the second period. Remember, if there's no goals and it still stays level, we will have overtime of 2 3-minute halves. If there's no goals there and it stays level, then we have a penalty shootout to determine who will go through and be one of Sunday's finalists for the gold medal match. We'll find out the other one between China and Canada a little bit later on today. Sarah Kerper, the official, was just sanitising her hands over on the far side before. She's just going to let the crowd know who's on what side to her and who's going to start. So you may have caught the fact that Sarah Kerper, the official, said that number 6, Katia Aparecida Ferreira Silva's on for Ana Custodio. Back on as well. She did come off for the final sort of minute of that first half for her. Japan right to left in white, and then a little bit of red on the top and the bottom of the shirt. Brazil in their yellow strip with green on the top and side and the bottom of the shirt as well. Kakihata will have this attempt for Japan. Through the centre, but kept out by Brazil. Longini with power. That's the deflection she wanted from the shot, but not forward deflection, but one behind Hagiwara. Aparecida Ferreira Silva with the effort that bounces high, stays low, but is kept out by Takahashi. In terms of the 3 on the court, Brazil have Sunchao, Silva and Longini. Japan have Kakihata, Hagiwara and Takahashi. Kept out by Takahashi from Vias Longini's attempt. It's had that real bit of quality that's going to put a side back in the lead. In Brazil's case, or Japan for the first time in this game. The attempts are either ones that are pretty easy for the defence or ones that are going off the court a little bit, just getting the defences stretched. Looked like it might have changed just for a little brief second with that effort from Hagiwara, taking 2 Brazil players to stop it. From Kakihata, kept out well by Brazil as Sunchao got on hold of it and she passed it to Vias Longini. It was denied by Kakihata, who then is denied by the Brazil player who just had the attempt at 9 minutes 51 seconds here at the CBS Arena in Coventry. First semi-final, Brazil 1, Japan 1. And what is the first of 4 on semi-final Saturday in the men and the women's. Women's starting us off first here. So Aparecida Ferreira Silva's off the court. In terms of positions, as Vias Longini gets a shades checked by Sarah Kerper. Over on the far side, defend on the left for Brazil is Vias Longini. The centre is a Sunchao, the number 2. And then on the right of her is the number 7, Longini. And for Japan, they have Hagiwara on the right. They have in the centre Takahashi and also Kakihata as the left-sided player. Only 2 subs for Japan, though. Tema and Amuro, Custodio de Lima and Gomez Vitorino, the 3 subs for Japan. Back up for Brazil. Back underway we go. Japan effort saved by the centre of Sunchao. Over to Vias Longini. She's also kept out. By Sunchao, but tipped straight into Aparecida Ferreira Silva from the latest Japan attempt. Going low, trying to get through is Kakihata. Off the court from the touch from Takahashi from Aparecida Ferreira Silva's throw. Japan used to go into the distance. Brazil yet to experience that in the tournament, in this World Games here in Birmingham, or Coventry in this instance. There's an effort that Kakihata thought she'd put in. The Japan fans knew it was close. She can hear them after the low shot she tried to put away to Ferreira Silva's right was kept out by the Brazil number 6. So, as Sunchal gave it back to Vias Longini, she probably wasn't set for the opportunity to shoot towards Japan's goal, so she just threw it off the court to avoid giving away a penalty, which hasn't actually been one yet in this entire match. Vias Longini with power low, but again, it just doesn't deflect behind. Japan doing well and keeping it out. Timeout called by Japan. You can really sense these two sets of teams that they just don't want to make mistakes. They don't just want to commit, they want to just make sure that they make the right sort of blocks at the right times. Any costly one could prove so fatal as, of course, they target being in Sunday's final, competing for the gold medal. China or Canada will be their opponents, whoever is to win here. We're no closer to finding out. It is still 1-1 with 7 minutes 27 seconds of the second half to play. Back on the way we go. Japan effort comes to nothing. Will this be something here for Brazil? As Vias Longini is denied. Sunchal with the throw. Takahashi just about stopping it, not quite holding on to it, but luckily Kakihata was alongside her to pick it up and throw. Go off the court for a Brazil ball. Just eventually left as they didn't feel like the idea to pick it up was the best one, so just left it. Because if they do touch it off the court last, it won't go back to the side who just had the shot. It will go to the side who's just blocked it and stopped it going in. Hagiwara hitting it just too straight into Sunchal. Just couldn't quite get it away from her. Deep breath from Aparecida Silva Ferreira. Sees her effort go off the court and wide. Custodio, De Lima and Gomez Vitorino ready and waited to come on for Brazil. Should the coach Gabriel Goulart think that a change is necessary? Muro and Tema, the two that Japan could use. Throw from Hagiwara is low, trying to get it along the floor and in, but keeping it out is Longini. Silva has a go. Kicked out by Takahashi. So encouragement comes from the Japanese fans here in the CBS Arena in Coventry. Crowd, when the action is ongoing, has to be quiet. So when the ball is out of play or there is a stoppage in play, that's when they get the chance to sort of try and help the country that they're supporting out massively. still on a knife edge. You really cannot predict anybody finding that way in to win this in normal time. And as well, if it does go to overtime, it does go to golden goal. Heading for that at the moment. The overtime part anyway. With just over 5 minutes to go. Brazil have an attempt with Ferreira Silva. Led there by Hagiwara. Up by Sunchal from the effort from Kakehata. So blows back underway we go. Under 5 minutes to go. Hagiwara's effort is kept out by Sunchal, so another Brazil change.
Number 6, Ferreira Silva, replaced by number 3, Ana Carolina Duarte Ras Custodio.
So Custodio, who came on for Ferreira Silva in the first half, is now going to be brought on for her in the second half. Of course, one of Sarah Kerper's roles, the officials, and all of them on court, is to check the eye shades, make sure it's a fair advantage. Of course, you can be blind and partially sighted playing this. So difference, of course, visions and what you can see. So the eye shades means it makes it a fair competition, as now Custodio goes to the near side of the court. Power, it was low, a lot of behind her, but straight through as Takahashi holds on. You can say at the moment, no side is really clinging on. It doesn't look like an obvious candidate for a win in normal time. Trying to aim for the far corner to her, but Custodio dived. It went away from her, the ball, and wide of the goal. Longini's effort comes to nothing, as does Kakehata's. Custodio is also denied by Kakehata. Yes, Longini. Save well by Hagiwara. Well, we might have a delayed start to the first men's semi-final if it does go into overtime and no golden goal. 10:15 is the start time for Lithuania against South Korea. Of course, we did have some games start a little bit later than planned because of Japan-USA going the whole distance. Custodio's effort is again kept out by Japan defensively. Got to say, they've been so strong. Dealing with the Brazil throw. Yes, Longini. And the ball bounce into the Japan half. Goes off of Hagiwara. Japan decide that they don't want to go and pick up the ball and sprint after it from their own block, so they will just let it roll over the middle area. Just sort of went inside the Brazil half before it went off the court. And it's a Brazil ball. Custodio comes from the centre of the near side over to the far side, throws it behind her, and it's kept out well again by Hagiwara. Starting backwards. That's a better throw. Spilled by Takahashi, but Kakehata was diving at the same time as her. In unison, and it's Kakehata who keeps it out. What a time this is for someone on this court to make themselves a hero. Japan ball, Hagiwara. for it. Well held by Custodio. Just uses her right arm to help her alongside the top of the goal. So that discus throw with the Brazilian style throw as well, but put as much power as she could on it. But Japan again thwart her. Keep her and her country out from scoring. Put them back in the lead. Longini put them in front, and then Kakahata's equaliser. Kept it at 1-1. As Japan call for a timeout.
Timeout for Japan.
These timeouts are always quite crucial, especially when the game is as tight as this, because no doubt they'll probably be saying good things that they've done for both, and then maybe some things they can improve upon, maybe switch some players around, maybe say, look, we'll give it another sort of 30 seconds, and then we might make a change to see if we can get a win in normal time. 2 minutes, 8 seconds is what's left. Remember, the winner of this will play in the final tomorrow against either China or Canada. Men's Lithuania will take on Korea in the first semi-final right after this. Then it is Japan men against Ukraine. Kiwada's effort from Custodio's kept out. Exactly 2 minutes to go. Lowen stays out. Takahashi keeps it out. Not been many attempts by both where it's actually deflected off of the defenders, gone behind them and gone in. Been very, very solid. They've really understood and determined very quickly where that ball has gone. And they've had to defend. Studio's effort kept out. Kiwada through the court, in the centre of it. Sun Xiao saves. Brazil timeout. 1 minute 16 to go. Chance to get hydrated, get some more fluids on board, as well as the court getting a wipe. Real big period now in this game. Does have this feeling that one goal for any side on court is going to win it. Will it come from Brazil, who will have this next attempt through Custodio or Carol as she has on her shirt? Denied by Takahashi. She is on the button and on pulse in terms of stopping efforts. This is a Sun Xiao who uses her feet to knock it away to her left and off the court from Norika Hagiwara's attempt. Last minute of the second half. Takahashi again denies VS Longini. Hagiwara not able to find a way through, but it will be a Japan shot again as the clearance goes onto the right side of the court. Getting it away from the goals, the message for Brazil. It doesn't matter if Japan get the other shot. Custodio could understand with the way the rattles and the bells were ringing inside the ball. She knew it was going past her on her right side, so she just sort of turned away from it in the end. There's another attempt which off the court and wide. She tried to find far corner the right side where Hagiwara was. Takahata's turn. Nearly gets on the way through, turning into it. Vital block by Vias Longini. She wasn't there. That's 2-1 Japan. Put in from Custodio is denied by Kakihata. Timeout with 6.4 seconds remaining. We don't get a goal in normal time. We go to golden goal. Japan will have the first attempt when the timeout's over. So do they try a play that they've worked on, practice, or do they just sort of try to hold out? There might be here one attempt each. We're about to find out what is going to happen. If there is even time for a Brazil shot. Akiwara has an attempt, it's kept out. It's gone off the court and we're going into overtime. So the first semi-final in the women's goalball here at the World Games in Birmingham has gone to overtime. No goals in the second period, 2 in the first period of normal time. Danielle Villas-Longini would put Brazil into the lead. Eiko Kakihata would then equalise for Japan, as it is after 24 minutes of action in 2 periods of normal time. 1-1 between Brazil and Japan. We're just under 3 minutes away from the first period of overtime starting, where anyone scores, it takes them through to the final.
Second goal.
Brasil, mostrando que a gente gosta, pra cima, vamos!
Well, we're close now to overtime starting. It's 2 periods of 3 minutes. No goal is scored. Only one needs to be, so golden goal is what is at stake as well. So anyone finds a winner, they go through to the final. If they don't, we go to a penalty shootout, which Japan know all about, having won 4-3 in sudden death against the United States yesterday. On court in Hall 1 here at the CBS Arena in Coventry. Buzzer sounds, we're about to get overtime started. Japan will start. Right to left they will go for this first period. No changes by any nation. The on-court personnel remains the same. That ended the second half of normal time. The attempt from Custodio kept out by Japan. Longini also kept up by Hagiwara. Sweeping in, scooping up is Sun Chao, the centre for Brazil to stop it. Hatta keeping out the attempt from Custodio. It's just not quite bouncing, really. If it takes that high bounce, it's more likely to take a deflection and go in. It still remains. Defence is performing better than the attacks. So we're over a minute into overtime in the first period. Brazil 1, Japan 1. Custodio's turn to have a go. Deflected. Hagiwara, but she will see it go past as she could hear, of course, the sound as she made the block. She knew it wasn't going towards goal, so didn't react. Custodio into the corner. That's well kept out there by Kakehata. Reading of where Brazil are putting their shots is pretty outstanding, to be fair, from Japan. Less than a minute to go in the first period of overtime. Still as you were, sticking her left arm up is Custodio for Brazil. Of course, she has to do that to get the officials' attention so she can have her eye shades checked. Sarah Kerper, the official, has come from the far side to take a look. All is fine in that aspect, and Custodio will now carry on and have the next throw. No side even looks like they're going to give away a penalty. If that was to be the case, that would pretty much potentially seal this game here and there. Will it be done here with this attempt by Vias Longini? No, despite the bounce. Not carrying that long way, is it? The technique's fine, but power's just missing in this game. Guinea's effort kept up by Kakehata. This is now the last attempt of the first period of overtime. It will not go in from Hagiwara. Buzzer sounds. Still no goals to put anyone in the lead. Brazil still yet to take the lead again. Japan, of course, not able to get that goal that will mean this contest is over. But in the first period of overtime, still as it was from the end of the first half and in the entire second half of normal time and the first period of overtime, is Brazil 1, Japan 1. We're 3 minutes away, potentially going to a shootout in the first women's goalball semi-finals here in Coventry CBS Arena. We'll be back very, very shortly.
90 seconds remaining.
Bora lá, hein, meninas. É nossa, hein? Tá mostrando, do jeito que a gente gosta. Isso aí. Boa, Carol. Bora lá, do jeito que a gente gosta. Vamos. Bora lá, menino.
So we're just under 40 seconds from getting back underway. No winner found in the second period of overtime. Go to a penalty shootout to decide who is the first women's finalist here in the World Games Goalball tournament. Checks are just going on now. Final ones before action gets going again. Brazil will start. Their yellow shirts with green on the top of the sleeves and all over the shirt against Japan. Left to right in white with red on the top and bottom of the shirt. Will someone get a golden goal that is going to send one in the final? I mean, the other one cannot win the gold or the silver medal from these World Games. Yes, Longini into the corner, but still not far enough. Kakihata keeps it out. Kakihata goes again. Saved well by Sun Chao. Takahashi keeping it out for Japan. Fujiwara with an effort that's gone straight through to Custodio. Now she looks to have a go. That looked a better chance, but it just wasn't a missed time. Blocked by Takahashi. She timed it well and it stays on court and in her side's half. Iwata then denied off the centre. Sun Chao off the court, and it will be a Japan balls that went over the yellow line. Japan, Hagiwara on the near side, Takahashi in the middle, Kakihata on the far side, Longini, Sun Chao and Custodio, the three on court for Brazil. Longini for it, kept out. Not look like we're going to be getting a winner in overtime unless Custodio can find a way through. She cannot. She went lower across the floor this time, lacked the bounce. She went a different route. Unable to find a way through though. Off the court from Brazil, who don't want to be done on the penalty rule. That's the last thing they want to do with less than a minute to go in overtime. Attempt from Hagiwara, kept up by Custodio. When you're that close to the overtime finishing, the last thing you want to do is concede within the last minute. Custodio's effort is kept out well though by Hagiwara. Call it goes.
Timeout for Brazil.
So timeout called, 43.7 seconds in the second period of overtime. Real big, crucial time to do this by Brazil. Japan will want to make sure that everything stays in the right place and doesn't go out of place at all. Any slight mistake may lead to one getting the crucial golden goal. Custodio into the corner but wide. From Hagiwara, denied by the centre of Sun Chao. Custodio won't get through. Kakehata there to keep her out. Flex off Longini, but forward it blocks. They are getting quite lucky with those, both these sides in terms of that not going behind them. So Japan make a change with 8.6 seconds remaining. So Kakehata, who won't last all 4 periods, is off. And Amuro is going to go on. Attempt with Japan and Amuro. Well, that's it. So the first semi-final of the day here in Coventry is going to go to penalties. Brazil and Japan drew 1 apiece over 30 minutes of action. Both the goals would come in the first half of normal time. Daniele Vias Longini would put Brazil into the lead. And then an equaliser from Eiko Kakehata would stay as it was. There wasn't too many opportunities to really go on, you have to say. In terms of the game, it really did even itself out in terms of the chances, as these were the 2 goals that would see each side in front. Brazil, of course, would take the lead with Daniel Vias Longini via a deflection which went away from the Japanese players, and the same here, and there wasn't any of that at all afterwards. All the blocks came sort of forward. There was only a few little moments where the blocks would come into the right or would go off the court and not into the goal, of course, which has meant that this has been sent to penalties. As Japan, who had to beat the USA via this method to get to the semi-finals, now need to beat Brazil via this penalty shootout if they are to make tomorrow's gold medal match against either China or Canada. Of course, as well, this will delay the Lithuania and South Korea game, which is the first men's semi-final of the day. Final checks go on. We're close to having the penalties get started between Brazil and Japan. Remember, one player on the court each at one time. So it will be an attempt for one side. The other one has to keep it out, and then it will swap over. And then, once they both had their attempt, another player from each side will come on, because they've got to get their takers in. To the officials as we see who will go first, who will go second, of course. We'll find that out in due course. This is just real nervous, tensious moments, isn't it? Because you don't want to miss your penalty that may see your team not reach the final. Mentioned there was 6 penalties taken, 3 each. There was only one player to miss. How gut-wrenching would that be for that particular player? Japan yesterday were on the verge of losing twice in the shootout, but somehow pulled through it. Were able to recover and win 4-3 against the United States. Norika Hagiwara getting the winning penalty into the goal. So on first for Japan is Amuro. On for Brazil is Gomes Vitorino, who didn't actually set foot on the court during the entire game. So Japan will go first for the Amuro. Ball over her head. And save well by Gomes Vitorino. She could hear the ball rattling and where Amuro was going to put it. And Japan miss their first penalty. As now it's over to Gomes Vitorino. So a chance to put Brazil 1-0 up from their first throw. Which she does. Waiting from Amuro. Brazil will go next. We see who the 2 players are to come on. She gets a big hug as she comes back off from the court. So Takahashi on for Japan. And De Lima on for Brazil. Moniza Aparecida de Lima looking to put Brazil 2-0 up from 2 throws in this shootout. She doesn't, she throws it wide. She did it along the line. It was very touch and go if it was going to go in or not. It's just gone wide. On a different day it might have gone in, but what a chance this is for Riko Takahashi to level it up. And after 4 throws, 2 each, it could be 1-1 here. And it is not. This is kept out of the court by De Lima. So she can't score. She doesn't let her opponent score. Good shot in the arm of redemption for Moniza Aparecida de Lima. There's now Ferreira Silva for Brazil is on, as well as Hagiwara. It'll be Hagiwara, the number 6 for Japan, to go first. So Japan surely can't miss 3 in a row. Hagiwara is there to throw it in. So Japan are on the board. Now, there is, for the first time really, it feels like a little bit of pressure on Brazil. Katia Aparecida Ferreira Silva. It's for 2-1. So it's not going to stand. It's a high ball. It's off the court. Brazil have missed. So after 6 penalties, only 2 have been scored. It's 1-1. Gomez Vitorino and Norika Hagiwara have been the only 2 players to score. It's now Kakehata. Longini is going to be on for Brazil, as the 2 goal scorers in normal time are going to face each other for this next set of throws. As it will go in. Brilliant throw by Vias Longini. Brazil had missed their last 2. Don't miss a 3rd in a row. Clips the inside of the post and in. Brilliant throw right into the corner. Did need a bit of help. Did Longini, and she got it. As Brazil are 2-1 up in the shootout. Move it now to Eiko Kakehata. Pressure back on Japan. Kept out. She made it look small as she went right close. Kakehata's denied. It'll be Japan who will go next with the next penalty. And after 4 each, it is 2-1 Brazil as Custodio comes on to defend and take a penalty. She'll defend first. And Tema on for Japan. Tema does score. So her and Norika Hagiwara, the scores for Japan. The second one they've converted. Can Custodio put this away for Brazil? Make it 3-2. Been a bit of a delay in taking this penalty from Custodio. Was that intentional or not? Just hope for her country's sake she's not a bag of nerves. She goes from behind, but she's kept out. She went the way she knows. They went the Brazil special for it. And it's now 2-2 on penalties in this shootout. They've had 5 each. 2 scored each. Gomez Vitorino, Longini for Brazil. For Japan, it's Hagiwara and Yuki Tema. So we now go into sudden death territory. Sun Chao yet to take one for Brazil. Japan, of course, have had all their takers. Of course, Amy Kamiya not involved. She's a non-participant. She's in the orange bib. So it will be Amuro who comes back on. She started the shootout for Japan on court. She missed and would let in Jessica Gomez-Vitorino penalty in as well. So it is not Sun Chao who's taken to the court for Brazil. So Vitorino is going to do battle again with Amuro. She's going to score again. She's not going to score again. She misses. That has opened the door for Saki Amuro to win a second shootout in this competition for Japan. They've reached the semi-finals, beating the US on penalties. Are they going to do it again to reach the final and play in the gold medal match to win it? She will! Japan have done it again. Remarkably, they have got themselves into the final, and they've done it the hardest way possible, and they've done it via penalties. Saki Amuro, who missed the first of her penalties, then comes on and would score the second one. There's tears of joy, and Japan, who have overcome adversity again in the shootout against the odds, have been able to get past USA to reach the semi-finals. Now they've got past Brazil to reach the final and play in the gold medal match tomorrow. China or Canada will be their opponents, and it's the same score as well on penalties that saw them beat the USA. Brazil will play in the bronze medal match tomorrow, so no chance of gold or silver for them, but still very much the case for Japan, who have won again on penalties, and will be in the women's match tomorrow, the showpiece game here in Coventry. 1-1 after 2 periods of normal time and 2 of overtime. 30 minutes where they couldn't be separated. The penalties were tight, and it was decided in sudden death with Saki Amuro keeping out Vitorino's effort, and then Amuro scoring past Vitorino. Full time here in the first women's semi-final. It has finished Brazil 1, Japan 1. Japan win 4-3 on penalties as they reach the gold medal match. Get started now if you want. Welcome along, everybody. So at a slightly later time of what it stands to be 10:32. We were due to start at 10:15, but it is the first men's semi-final as Lithuania take on South Korea. They would meet just 5 days ago with Lithuania leading, but then South Korea stinging them to come back and win 8-5 in the first round of fixtures on this very court. Well, we've already seen today the Brazil and Japan game go the distance, with Japan winning on penalties in the women's first semi-final. But here is how Lithuania line up in the first men's semi-final. Nerijus Montvidas number 1, Arturas Jonakaitis number 2, Justas Przerzrauskas number 3, Genrik Pavliukianets number 7, Mantas Brzezalskis number 5, and Juozas Eigminas is number 9, completing the lineup. Klaides Janaika, Aurimas Skinoulis and Artyom Alexiev are the coaching staff, assistant and first team coach respectively. For South Korea, well, they have Namo Kim as number 1, Sunwook Hong number 2, Wonjin Son number 3, Myeongjin Kim number 4, In Tae-jong number 8, and number 9 is Hak-soo Im. In Tae-jong and Hak-soo Im were very, very strong yesterday in their quarter-final win as they hit 8 past Iran. Jin Kim is the head coach, Shin Kim the assistant, Jing Lee is also part of the coaching staff. Fariba Mohammadi and Kazuto Ono are the referees for this one. Well, of course, if you aren't familiar with how goalball works and you're watching this for the very first time, here is a little guide to the sport itself.
This is your guide to goalball. The aim of goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometres an hour as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
So we are just about to start here on this court for the first men's semi-final. Remember, the winner of this will play either Ukraine or Japan in tomorrow's gold medal match. The losers of this will be in the bronze medal match as the South Korean flags on the near side in our commentary position are waving. They've been very good support all week. of South Korea. And even the Lithuania fans have often been in support as well to support the men's side. They're going to be, no doubt, loud as they are here in the CBS Arena for this semi-final. We only saw 2 goals in the first semi-final of the day between Brazil and Japan. I'll be absolutely astonished if that is the same for this first men's semi-final. Lithuania hit 10 yesterday against Turkey. South Korea hit 8 past Iran in their quarter-finals matches respectively. Both have a real appetite and do find it seemingly quite easy to throw the ball in the net. As Fariba Mohammed is going to explain who's going to be throwing first and who's on court. South Korea in white go from left to right. Lithuania in black, right to left. The effort from him has gone straight in. Talk about a lightning start. That is it from Hak-Soo-im. 5 seconds in, first shot of the game, and we have a goal. That didn't take long to get started. Now Pavlyukianets is denied by In Tae-jong. Just going a little bit early there was Przeworskis, but it does go off the court and wide. Przeworskis, Brzezowskis and Pavlyukianets on court right now for Lithuania. For South Korea it is Son in the middle, Jong on the right, Im on the left. It is Im's goal within the first 5 seconds that has put Korea into the lead in this first semi-final. As the effort from Przeworskis is blocked by Jong, but he slides and is able to stop it from going in. Pavlyukianets, who has that throwaway, just sort of gets over his head and then just launches it down low. Denied though well by the South Korean defence. As I mentioned before the start of this game, have already played Lithuania, so they know exactly what they're like and what they're about. 5-2 down, ended up winning 8-5 in that match, which has remained one of the biggest comebacks in this tournament in both the men and the women's. So we're over 90 seconds in. Korea 1, Lithuania 0. First men's semi-final. Could be an all-European final. It could be an all-Asian final. That, of course, being tomorrow, as Pavlyukianets' effort is wide. Got it over his head. It went low across the court. It was a dangerous effort that has nearly gone all the way in. And nearly got Lithuania level as well. Hak-Soo-im, saved by Przeworskis. And over the frame of the goal it goes. Looped over it, in fact. Przeworski's probably been a few yards forward. That might have just gone in, you know, but he was pretty close to his goal line and kept it out. Penalty is given. South Korea's favour, as you can hear the cheers. It was a high ball. So an opportunity for South Korea to lead by 2-0 here. Unless Pavlyukianets can keep out In Tae-jong's effort. He'll come from the middle of the court and in for 2-0. Is history going to repeat itself and see South Korea beat Lithuania again for the second time here at these World Games? Looking like that might be the case, even though we're still got 9 minutes of first half action to play and 12 minutes in the second period. South Korea are off to an absolute brilliant start on court, with Im and Jong scoring. We've seen them lead by 2-0. What was a slightly later start due to the Japan and Brazil game overrunning. So we will now have this attempt for South Korea. Bounces. Out there by Mantas Brzezowskis. Throw from Pavliukanets is strong, but it's low and gone straight into Jong, whose efforts kept up by Pavliukanets. Gets up. However, though, faces off the court. He tries to go to the near side where he's thrown into. Kept out. 8 minutes 40 remain. Korea 2, Lithuania 0. Brzezowskis is low effort. Kept out by Won Jin Son. And then the effort from Hak-Soo-im goes off the court from Brzezowskis, who, whenever he seems to have an attempt, always does the spin from his goal line. He's got a left-handed throw, so always has that bounce as he gives it off to Pavliukanets. Goes off Hak-Soo-im, anywhere will do. It goes to the other side to him. Waiter is right and off the near side of the court. Brzezowskis is in the way of Inte Jong's throw from the centre. Brzezowskis then denied by Hak-Soo-im. Gets up, goes back to the goal line and have this attempt now. Kept out by Brzezowskis. Off the court via his touch with his feet. Lithuania ball. Attempt by Pavliukanets comes to nothing. Jong low, trying to go through the middle, but Brzezowskis there. With the throw, trying to go towards Brzezowskis' side. Unsuccessful, however. So 7 minutes, 20 seconds at the CBS Arena in Coventry. Korea 2, Lithuania 0. Clyde Shinaika unhappy about something. He might have felt that there was a high ball going towards the Lithuania goal, but the officials say no, as the effort from Pavliukanets is kept up by Son. Looked like it was goal bound, but Inte Jong turning left into it, sees it come off him. And still be at 2-0. And then Son again, using his feet. It's gone absolutely anywhere. Diverted behind fully by Inte Jong. They're getting closer, Lithuania. Brzezowskis' effort kept out by the feet of Won Jin Son, who's very much been of the essence of using his feet rather than his hands, and it will be 3. That's over the line. Brzezowskis couldn't keep out Inte Jong's effort, and South Korea are closing in on the gold medal match now. It came off the front of Brzezowskis, and he's in his own goal trying to stop it. The ball well over the line. And South Korea lead 3-0 with not even 50% of the first half played. And they are probably sick to the back teeth, Lithuania, of playing against Korea. It was their only loss in the group stages. It saw them top the group, and now they could be going out to them. Being denied a gold medal or a silver medal from them, as Pavlyukinets' effort with power. It's wide of the goal. It was certainly a stinging effort. Timeout called by South Korea, who lead 3-0. Just got everything, the hallmarks of what makes a really good goalball side. A good centre in Won Jin Song, and two very good shooters in Im and Jong, who between them have really been crucial for South Korea. Usually you get one player just sort of outshines the other one, certainly in Ukraine's case where Zilenin sort of outshines Strelchik, but not here. Both sort of equal and both important as the next player. Now Im has an attempt. Kept out well by Prajarauskas.
Substitution for Lithuania, number 3, Justas Prajarauskas, being replaced by number 1, Marius Montivis.
So, you know Kleidas Janaika is unhappy if he's taken off the number 3, Justas Prajarauskas, as Nereus Montvidas is to come on. He usually comes on quite late, but they're usually in good control. No such position they're in at the moment. Look underway, Pavlyukinets' effort to save. Haksuim having a go. The feet of Brzezowskis keep him out. Stop Pavlyukinets making a save. Now Montvidas denied. Pushed out off the court by Inte Jong. Now Montvidas, it's low with power. Jong keeping it out. Well, denied by Montvidas to deny the latest South Korean attempt. 5 minutes 50 remain. First half, Korea 3, Lithuania 0. And as the first men's semi-final member, the winners of this will play either Ukraine or Japan in tomorrow's gold medal match. Remember, we know one of the finalists in the women's. Japan will take on either China or Canada. China, Canada next up after this, and it's 4-0. Haksuim putting it away. Well, this is quite the off day for Lithuania, but quite the on day for South Korea. 2 for Im, 2 for Jong. They're happy, their nation's happy. They are pretty much walking into the men's goalball final at these World Games. What they don't want to do now is think that the job is done. Every shot is just getting repelled by the Korean defence, whereas Lithuania have not been able to do that. Effort by Jong. Saved well by Pavlyukinets. He gets quickly, lining up that throw. It makes him just stand out, but he's got it off the court. Not his day at the moment. Imlo, trying a different route to getting a fifth, but kept out. Pavlyukinets, good save with the right thigh of Won Jin Son. Very capable operator is Won Jin Son, no question. Probably one of the best centres we've seen in the men's tournament. The effort from Haksuim is kept out. Montvidas the sub. Throw is kept out by Inte Jong. Went beyond Won Jin Son, who just didn't react, hoping someone did, and they did, which was In Tae Jong. Four minutes to go. Korea 4, Lithuania 0. Attempt comes in from Im, kept out well there by Brzezowskis. And then denied by Pavlyukianets, who will go through the middle, but there's no way through. And then up gets In Tae Jong to strike, but he's wide of the near goal and wide of Pavlyukianets. Oh, but that's denied. Well, South Korea leading again with no comeback win to their name. It's Lithuania's turn to do the comeback, and this would eclipse and top what South Korea did against them in the first phase of the competition. And they would win 8-5 and completely stun Lithuania. He maybe thought they were home and dry, but South Korea decided that there was still a game to win, and how they did that. No effort from him trying to go through the middle. Brzezowskis keeping it out. So 2 minutes 38 remain. Timeout called by Lithuania. They've got a lot of work to do. Maybe a bit of a surprise to them. It's gone to the system that they've gone 4-0 down in the first period. They're usually the ones who 4-0 up, to be fair. It's Turkey yesterday. It was close for a fair bit in the first half. Then second half, they just came out and completely turned over Turkey. Pavlyukianets, he's kept out well though by In Tae Jong. He's getting more and more shots in, and he's just still not getting any luck. Him going through the centre, shouldered out by Brzezowskis. Bounced on that sort of height, didn't it? So he just got it away. Jong is kept out with his attempt. Pavlyukianets denied himself by In Tae Jong. Montvidas for Lithuania. Can one come back for them? No, it cannot. In Tae Jong these last few minutes has been excellent defensively. He's been excellent in attack because he's managed to score 2 as well as Hak-Soo-im, his teammate. His career are 4-0 up. Pavlyukianets through the middle. It was low, but it was not one to get away on the left side of Won Jin Son. Montvidas' attempt. Kept out. Korea get a penalty, high ball. And a chance to go 5-0 up. Hak-Soo-im just with his right hand taps on the back of In Tae Jong, said, over to you. You take this on, you have a go. All yours. And it is 5-0. In Tae Jong with a hat-trick. Well, I expected goals. 5 between two sides, not 5 between just one team with South Korea. Only now falling up because that was a high ball for the penalty, but it will be 4-1 as Montvidas has scored that. So the penalty chalked off for South Korea. That won't stand, but Montvidas' penalty does. So Lithuania are on the board in this semi-final. As we have 57.2 seconds of this first half to play. So the start of the comeback is on. Blue connects into the middle. Denied well though by Naksuim. Attempt now with him. By Jong, sorry. Brzezowski saves. Montvidas into the corner. Onto the near side of the Korean half, but away and out. Might go in for 5-1 here. Over the line and in. They have now got their 5th goal. It's the 2nd time the officials have had to check with the official on the side of the goal if that stands or not, and it does. It is in for 5-1. All of the ball was over the line according to the officials, and I must admit I do agree with them on that. Helped on it, despite the best efforts of Lithuania to try to clear it. South Korea 5-1 up, and the difference of 4 is back in their favour. Real crushing blow for Lithuania, who were to score with Montvidas' penalty. Just before that, of course, Inte Jong was denied a hat-trick when his penalty was not allowed. Went the other way, Lithuania would score theirs, and then Korea have now gone and got a 5th. Havliukinets is denied by Inte Jong, and Won Jin Son will just stop it and just play it to the Lithuania half slowly, just to kill the time. Well, this might feel like to some this semi-final's over already. Lithuania will answer that and say, no, it isn't. It is 5-1 South Korea. Him and Inte Jong have been on form as they have been for the bulk of this tournament for their country. They've been strong. Montvidas has scored for Lithuania, but we certainly expected goals. Not maybe the victory that it is at the moment, and the result, it is at the break. Korea 5, Lithuania 1.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
So we're just a few seconds away now from the Start of the second period. South Korea 5, Lithuania 1. They already met in this tournament in the first phase. South Korea winning 8-5. Meeting again in the semi-finals. South Korea 5-1 up, not having to produce a stunning comeback to beat Lithuania. Is Lithuania having to do that against South Korea as we're about to start the second half here? So Brazilskis back on for Montvidas. Lithuania in black, left to right. Korea in white, right to left. Brazilskis on immediately, trying to get away through, but denied. Well, we had a goal in the first 5 seconds of the first half. Not quite the same story in the second half. So Korea are Im, Won, Jin Son and Jong. Pavlyukinets' effort tipped onto the post by Inte Jong. That is a phenomenal stop. Pavlyukinets was low. That was so powerful. Looked like it had a goal written all over it. But only one person was there to deny it, and that was Inte Jong. Wouldn't have took many to have stopped that. But it did there with that effort from Inte Jong. Brazilskis and Pavlyukinets, the 3 on court for Lithuania. Brazilskis back on for Montvidas at the start of this second half. It's the effort from him, kept up by Brazilskis. Does often make a save and have to just slide back. Make sure it doesn't go over him and into the goal line. And speaking of that, South Korea doing the same. Son not able to hold on, and then he had to get Inte Jong behind him to do so. Brazilskis with the attempt. Kept out well by Jong. Jonikaitis, Montvidas, Eagminas. On the bench for Lithuania, and it's 6-1 now, over the line again. The third time it's not actually struck the net, but the whole ball's over the line. The official on the side of the goal had the clear vision to see that it had gone over, and it's 6-1 now. And South Korea lead just gets bigger and bigger and wider in terms of the gulf between these two on court today. Attempt now by Jong, saved by the feet of Brazilskis. Wide it goes of Jong's side. They have Kim, Hong and Myeonjim Kim, who are on the bench for Korea. Him going for it for Korea, denied though by Brazilskis. Timeout called by Lithuania. We know about Klaidas Janaika being very sort of animated and seemingly stood up and always gesturing that his side should be getting decisions and speaking to his team. Going to give them a sort of Churchillian type speech in this 45 seconds, or will it just be a little bit less dramatic and just more constructive sort of bit of feedback. You can't be too happy with his side. 6-1 down in 9 minutes 37 seconds to play as Korea are that far away from a place in the final. It just seems as though there does seem to be a bit of an issue with the camera position behind the Lithuania goal. Fariba Mohammadi, the official, just telling one of the camera crews just to take a step back. By the way, that is nothing to do with us. So we go back underway. 6-2. Finally, Pavlyukinets has scored. Try and stop that. He went inside this time. Found a way in. 6-2. And now within 4. Jong's effort was a tame one. As it bounces and is saved by Brzezowskis. Effort by Pavlyukinets is wide. Jong was diving, and Jong saw it fly past him. Well, felt it go past him as well, was more than anything else. Effort now for him. Kept out by Brzezowskis. Now 6-3, Brzezowskis in. If they get another one, this does make it very, very interesting. Korea call a timeout. Maybe quite a good time to do so because they've let 2 in the space of just a few seconds, so it gives them a chance to calm down and just settle themselves a little bit. They might be at panic stations after Lithuania had just scored twice in a very brief time. Very quickly after that timeout, both sets of players are on court and in shape. Jong's effort kept up by Brzezowskis. Pavlyukinets has scored. 6-4. Now we do have a game on, and maybe now we have a comeback on. Korea stung Lithuania with 1 in the earlier days of this competition, and in the semi-final they meet again, and it could be the tables turning and seeing Lithuania do it against Korea. So it is Lithuania 4, Korea 6. 8 minutes 30 to go of this second period. Lithuania are to lose this. They will go in the bronze medal match against either Ukraine or Japan tomorrow. Korea win. They will be in the gold medal match against either one of those two. Could be 2 goals from this for Japan potentially. They've got their women's in the final. The men's could be there as well. The attempt from Jong is kept out well by Lithuania's defence. Pavlyukinets nearly. Whenever he seems to get range, he goes towards inside. You feel like he's going to score, but was denied very, very well. from that effort. Over now to Jong, it's gone in, and it's 7-4. That's the little respite they needed. Gone in, hits the net this time. It's gone off Przerauskas and in. 7-4 now to Korea. And it's Inte Jong who's got their next goal. Pavliukanets lines it up, and it's kept out by Inte Jong. Just those little errors that Lithuania have given away have maybe just cost them a little bit here. So 7 minutes to go. Lithuania 4, Korea 7. 3 in it. Next on court will be China, Canada in the second women's semi-final. What is semi-final Saturday here of Goalball in the CBS Arena in Coventry at the World Games in Birmingham. An ultimate day of action before the final day of action for Goalball and of the World Games itself tomorrow. Not just got the bronze medal match and gold medal matches tomorrow. We've got 5th and 6th places in the men's and the female. We've got that the same for the 7th and 8th places as well. Great Britain involved in one of those two matches in the females, the 7th, 8th and 5th and 6th place matches. Attempt by Przerauskas is wide. Bounces in court, then off it via that effort. It might just go in here, and it has. It's now 8-4. It's off Przerauskas again. He always seems to just go a little bit early on the gun, doesn't he, to try and stop the Koreans from scoring. It was Im's throw, the discus-style throw, middle of the court. It came off the front of Przerauskas. He completely made a mess of that. And it's now 8-4 to South Korea, who are going to inflict a double defeat on Lithuania in this competition rather than just a single one. Pavliukanets going close to Lithuania. Montvidas Jonikaitis, Aigmanas on the bench for Lithuania. Korea have Kim, Hon and Myeonjin Kim. Przerauskas helps on Inte Jong's effort over the frame of the goal. The effort from Suim is kept out by Lithuania. My goodness me, that was it with power. But it's a high ball. Korea penalty. And that one in the first half, which went in but did not stand. So will they be able to score one here that won't be chalked off? It will be Im to take it. And he will put it in. It's 9-4. Difference of 5 now. Gold medal match on the cards now for Korea. Probability of a comeback for Lithuania is just decreasing every time now. by the minute. Jong was going to have an effort, but he was about to throw it from the discus style technique. He just bounced it into the ground and then just knew the shot wasn't on, so he just threw it off the court. So it will be a Lithuania ball. Kennett denied well. Took an almighty stop from Inte Jong. Bouncing throw. Wide of Przerauskas' side and away from him as well. Stoppage to the game. Montvidas was just having his eye shades checked by Fariba Mohammadi. 5 minutes, 10 seconds remain. Lithuania 4, Korea 9, 11:30 China, Canada, which will be a delayed start now because of overrunning in the first women's semi-final between Brazil and Japan, which Japan won 4-3 on penalties to put their place in the gold medal match tomorrow afternoon. It's the effort. Back to him again, goes off Przerauskas and goes over the frame of the goal. Really is, at the moment, causing a lot of problems for the Lithuania defence with his blocks and missed timing of sort of going down to stop it. Chance for him. Make it 10-4. Not allowed a way through as Lithuania going to make a change. Monikaitis will go on.
Substitution for Lithuania, out number 5, Przerauskas, replaced by number 2,
Monikaitis on, Przerauskas off. As Lithuania make a change. And away we go. Pavliukaitis' latest effort to try and pull Lithuania back into the game is denied. Montvidas' effort is also kept out. He's gone on in place of Przerauskas just a few moments ago. Swapped over again. With the bouncing effort, saved by the legs of Montvidas that were together. Pavliukaitis denied well by 2 Korean players. You just have to hope when it comes to his efforts, you just keep it out. Because sometimes you just cannot help it going in. I don't think there's many that can throw the ball like him. But to be fair, he's only managed to score twice so far for his country. We've seen 13 goals. We did think we'd see a lot. Maybe not 9 though for Korea. Or now, because it's 14 now, make that 10-4. Along the floor from him. Montvidas died, didn't move. Went past him and in. South Korea now 10-4 up. W Cadets will score. It's now 10-5. Eventually one of those shots goes through, as I just said. It's so difficult to try and stop them sometimes. There was a touch in on the way through. I think it was from Aksuim. Feet together off of him and into the goal. It is now 10-5 with 3 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. Power on that throw was something else, and it was him, and it came off. And he's actually really unlucky. John going for it, and it's tipped onto the post by Montvidas. He just sort of went across court. It was a bouncing effort. When they sort of just sit up high after the bounce, so difficult to stop. Got to make sure you get a real good hand to it or any part of your body to it. Montvidas did. Hope you don't get it behind you, which it happened to be. And the best thing that happened there was it didn't go into the goal. Pavliou connects again. Has made it now 10-6. Well, it was a shame when it was a little bit closer that his efforts weren't going in. Now they really are chasing down this deficit. He's starting to get goals for himself. His country are clawing this deficit back. Lithuania 6, Korea 10. Two minutes, 39 seconds remain. John with the effort, wide the target it goes. Connects his effort, then denied low and by the centre. Won Jin Son. Still no South Korea change, by the way. Sort of diving like a fish to keep it out was Yonikaitis. Did very, very well as well. Pavliou connects. Brilliantly stopped by Won Jin Son.
Substitution for Lithuania. Now, number 1, Leos Montvidas. In number 3, Justas Pazauskas.
So, Montvidas is off. Przejauskas to come back on. He's not had his best game by his own standards. Has helped in a couple of the Korean 10 that they've scored this morning. Has scored one in this game as Przejauskas, but we know he can be better. Pavliou connects, looking to score more. Won Jin Song again, his handling is outstanding. Because if you do go to the final, you are at least guaranteed a medal of some colour, whether it's gold or silver. You do have to play in that bronze match. Don't forget bronze if you win. If you don't, you just get 4th place. Timeout called.
Timeout called for Lithuania.
10-6 still to Korea with 1 minute 20 left. The entire game. 16 goals shared. The way these two have played in this competition, not a great surprise. Timeout over. Korea all down in the court. Lithuania stood up in their court on the left side. Pavlyukinets just moving from the centre over to the side he's playing into, that far side. Right arm throw. Son actually clips it onto Inte Jong, who keeps that. When, because you've got to remember that ball is 1.25 kg. So when it's with power and you save it, it's going to be hurting just that bit more when you keep it out. Effort by Przeźrauskas. Last minute of this semi-final. Will there be any more goals to add to the 16 we've got? Brilliantly kept out by Ioannakaitis. Timeout called again as Kleidas Janaika on the side. Certainly makes it obvious when he's a little bit angry about something. Really shows it obviously, doesn't he? Putting his arms out and moving his arm to say he's unhappy about something. You can't say anything when the action's underway. You can certainly tell he's a character bubbling under with his emotions. 36.3 seconds left of this first men's semi-final. Lithuania 6, Korea 10. Pavlyukinets goes wide. Penalty given against Lithuania. Against Pavlyukinets. So a chance for Korea to make it 11-6 as Haksu Im is given the honours to make it 11-6. It will add one more at least before the end of the game, as they are now going to down Lithuania twice in this competition. And here at these World Games, Pavlyukinets denied again. It's been a brilliant performance at times by Wonjin Son. Ioannakaitis trying to keep it out, misses it. Pavlyukinets does. He keeps out the effort. Pavlyukinets, Tae-jong. 15.3 seconds left, timeout called. Korea to restart this game again. Tap by Im. Clipped off of Montvidas and off the court. Oh, sorry, Pavlyukinets and off the court. He has now gone to the near side. Przeźrauskas has swapped sides with him. Last 10 seconds then. Pavlyukinets will score. 11-7. Not going to do anything apart from make it more respectable. Swapping sides. It was just for that play that he targeted him, where it came off his side and in. Korea are in to the final of the World Games Goalball tournament. 11-7 winners over Lithuania. Celebrations all around from the fans in the stands and the staff and players. They beat them in the first phase, did Korea. They did it via a comeback that day. They proved again it wasn't a fluke this time. They've beaten Lithuania by 11 goals to 7. And it's either Ukraine or Japan who will be their final opponents. Lithuania still have a chance of a bronze medal, but there will be no appearance in the final for them, as South Korea have downed them for the second time in this tournament. It's finished here in the first men's semi-final. Lithuania 7, Korea 11. Yes, we are ready and waiting for the clock to go down to 0 so we can get the second women's semi-final of these World Games Goalball tournament underway. China against Canada for the right to play Japan in the final on Sunday. Will it be an all-Asian final, or will Canada deny China the opportunity to face, aside from the continent, in Japan on Sunday in the final? Let's take a look then at the two lineups, starting with China. 6 to choose from. Zhiling Zhang is the number 1, Zhenhua Chao number 2, Li Zhenwang number 4, Miao Zhu number 5, Chunyang Wang number 6, and number 7 is Pei Yingke. Xiaopeng Zhang and Qiangyun Zhao are the coaching members, with Xiaopeng Zhang the head coach. And as for Canada, just 4 players for them for this semi-final and all the way through. Whitney Bogart, number 3, Megan Mann, number 4, Emma Reinke, number 5, and Amy Burt making up their 4-team squad. Trent Fairbrother's the head coach, assisted by Megan Butel, and Chloe Gagnon is the other member of staff. Balint Banker and Patrick Larson are the 2 officials, while we are just over 3 minutes away, to be precise, from the second women's semi-final getting underway, and we are going to find out after this game who will be joining Japan in the final on Sunday. Will it be China or will it be Canada? You will see the first half next.
This is your guide to Goalball. The aim of Goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, Goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised, so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability, as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometres an hour, as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
So we are just under a minute away from China and Canada commencing on court here in the CBS Arena in Coventry. Just the final checks going on for the 3 players on court. China have been pretty good. They are yet to lose in this tournament. Didn't lose a single game in the first phase. The only thing that they did do was drop points as they drew with Israel. Speaking of Israel, that's who Canada beat to set up this encounter. And China yesterday would hit 10 against Germany as the mercy rule kicked into effect in a women's match for the first time at these World Games in Birmingham, or here for the Goalball in Coventry to be more precise. So Bogart, Reinke and Burke, the 3 for Canada to start. Zhu, Wang 2 of the 3 for China that I could see on the court. We'll reveal who the third player is shortly, but I would imagine it's Zhenhua Chao, sorry. First half is edging closer and closer to starting. Of course, before it does, the referee, one of them anyway, Balint Benka, will just go through the standard procedure of who's involved and who is going to start off this game. Patrick Larson is the official on the near side, as you'll hear now from Balint Benka.
On my left side, China. On my right side, Canada. I remind the audience, please be quiet during the game and switch off the mobile. China starts with the ball. Quiet, please. Center.
So, China starts. They are probably the favourites going into this second semi-final. Canada defend it well with Whitney Bogart. Next attempt is kept out by Chunyang Wang. So it is Chao, Zhu and Wang that start for China in this second semi-final. Kept out well by Burke, who keeps up Wang's effort. A chance to play Japan in the final, who of course won on penalties against the Brazilians in the first semi-final in the women's tournament. And we did see, of course, Korea beat Lithuania 11-7 to be in tomorrow's final against either Ukraine or Japan. So it could be a double for the women and the men's of Japan to be in the final of both, the women's and the men's. So the effort from Burke is kept out by China and Chunyang Wang. She was the hero yesterday against Israel. Wang's effort kept out by Reinke. Will now go for it. Kept out well by Zhu. Go off the court via Burke's touch. Reinke was trying to locate the ball, but she couldn't quite get her hands around it or touch it in any way. Doesn't matter anyway, because it went off the court. As a throw, going to the near side. Kept out there by Chao for China. She's knocked off the court, so she will get the next attempt. Bogart denies. For the attempt. Now Wang scores! China in front. Chunyang Wang with the excellent finish. And it is they who have got the breakthrough and the all-important first goal. It went above and over the side of Burke. And it's Canada 0, China 1. Nearly 2 minutes played of this second semi-final. Now Chao will have a go for China. Trying to go through the middle. Bounces off Bogart, but catches it the second time of asking. Opportunity for Wang. Try and score again. Bogart and Burke along with each other to keep out. By was kept out by Reinke. Megan Mann, the only change that Canada can use. Zhang, Wang and Ke are the changes for China. Who haven't lost a single game going into this semi-final. Chao. Well kept out by Bogart. And denied. It's Burke who tried to find the far corner of the Chinese goal. She can go cross court. Sometimes that is the way to go. Scoring in goal ball. Clearing that away from Chow. Effort through the middle is one that Zhu keeps out, using her chest to good effect. So 8 minutes, 13 seconds remain of the first half. Canada 0, China 1. Chow kept out by Bogart there. He's in the way of it, and Bogart just throws it off the court to avoid giving away a penalty. It just looked like to me that neither Reinke or Burke actually wanted it off her, so they just decided to throw it off the court. Specifically Bogart. Reinke has to step back and try and keep it out, but as it came off her first, there to hold on to the ball was Bogart and stop it going through and in. We'll have this attempt now for Canada as they look to get level. Kept out by Zhu. Kept up by Bogart, just trickles to Reinke, who looks to find the near corner of the China goal. Denied. She denies Zhenhua Chow. Canada are to lose this, they will be in the bronze medal match against the Brazilians. China win as it stands and hold on. They will be in the gold medal match against Japan. By Wang, saved well by Burke. These are two of the more better sides in this competition are getting real power in their shots. That was one there by Wang. Stretching and missing it was Bogart, but it would be stopped by Reinke and stopped going in. China's defence is standing firm. And conceded yesterday in that 10-0 win over Germany, which was over in the second period with still 8 minutes remaining. Long ball, which will see China get a penalty. Xiaopeng Zhang was animated when there was that prospect of that long ball that he spotted. As we're now into the afternoon here in the CBS Arena in Coventry. It will be 2-0 now. China double their money. Amy Burke with the touch in. She tried her very, very best to keep it out, but couldn't do so. And with 5 minutes 53 seconds of the first half to play, China are 2 up. Zhenhua Chow keeps it out. Wang going for it. It's hit behind by Reinke. That's a really good stop. Nearly went all the way in as well. And it's now 3-0. Burke helps it in again. China with not just one heavy hit to the Canada gut, but a second one as well in just a space of a few seconds. As it is now Canada 0, China 3. Chow with the attempt, kept out by Burke. Canada change.
Substitution before Canada coming out. Number 7, Amy Burke, replaced by number 4, Megan Mahon.
Megan Mahon on for Canada. Something needs to change, according to Trent Fairbrother, the head coach. So he decides that Megan Mahon's introduction is needed now, rather than leaving it to a later time. Back underway we go. Wang will have the latest attempt for China. Kept out by Mahon. Wang looking for 4. Not quite getting it in for 4. Denied by Bogart. Canada still await to find a goal themselves. Reinke with the attempt. Along the floor, left-handed, bounces, saved by Chow. Through the middle, off the stomach of Bogart and back into it. She passes it straight over to Mahon. The attempt is kept out. China right to left in this first half in red. Canada in black with red at the bottom of their shirts. Very dark red as well. Just at the bottom of the back of the shirt. Front, of course, is red as well. From Chow goes wide. So 3 minutes 53 seconds remain. It is Canada 0, China 3. Gets up and is denied. As is Reinke. Doesn't even go off the court as well, just about kept in by Wang on the far side. Chow's effort kept up by 2 Canadian players, Bogart and Reinke. Bouncing through to Reinke, who has a go here. Denied though by Chow. Moves all the way to the goal line. Comes forward. Let's fly and in for 4-0. Whitney Bogart just sinks to the court floor. She knows she really should have kept that out. And China have a 4th. And of course they dished out a heavy beating on Germany yesterday. Are they going to do the same to Canada as Zhenhua Chow gets in the 4th? Still a little bit, just a little bit of this first half remaining. So it does look like we're going to have an all-Asian women's goalball final at these World Games. And of course China and Japan meeting again, which only saw the 1 goal when China won against Japan. Man's attempt saved by Chow. Very similar feels to the game yesterday in the quarter-final against Germany, where, of course, they won 10-0 and the game was done. Just a few minutes into the second half, about 3 or 4 minutes. The mercy rule kicked in, and it's not going to be 5. Megan Mahon keeping it out. Lifesaver is she for her country there. Came off her left side. Hanging right on the goal was Reinke, but it would be Mahon who would keep it out. It's out from Reinke, who hits it wide. His effort is denied well by the feet of Reinke. Wang has a go. Saved by Bogart this time. Canada 0, China 4. 1 minute 18. Canada's ball. Can they score? Afraid not, with Reinke's effort being kept out well, as it was straight at Zhu. So last minute of the first half. One-sided. The scoreboard, that's for sure. The Zhenhua Chao's going to have another go for China, looking to make it 5-0. Well reacted and well held by Megan Mahon. Very different this semi-final to the last one between Brazil and Japan. Wang going for it. Saved again by Mahon. She's been busy in shutting the door on more China goals since she came on for Amy Burke. Keeping out Chao effort. She knew exactly where that was going. Of course, the ball has 2 bells inside it, so they can locate it, they can hear it. Of course, they can't see it, as everybody knows, but they can certainly hear where the ball is going and directed to. Wang with the effort, kicked up by Reinke. Last few seconds, which Canada had eaten into, holding on to the ball. As the buzzer sounds, Canada 0, China 4. Very different semi-final feel than the first one we had earlier on in the day. China 12 minutes and a half away from an all-Asian gold medal match final against Japan, as it is at the break. Canada 0, China 4 in the second women's semi-final here at the World Games here in Birmingham.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back. We are nearly 30 seconds or so from getting this second half underway. China 4, Canada 0 in the second women's semi-final. Remember, Japan will meet the winners of the second semi-final. They won 4-3 on penalties on sudden death, or in sudden death, against Brazil. Somehow did it again. Twice diced with death in terms of going out, and suddenly pulled through and overcame it to get past Brazil, just like they did against the US yesterday. Lithuania 7, Korea men 11 in the first men's semi-final. Ukraine, Japan up next on court. Canada start right to left in black with red on the top and the bottom of the shirts, front and back, and China in red, the sleeves in black. As you go down the sleeve and on the arm of the shirt, it's very much covered in black at the top. It's just sort of still little red bits to show it, as it could be 5-0. No, it's not. Doesn't come off the back of Bogart and in, instead it goes off the back of her and into a Canada player. They made a change. Amy Burke back on for Emma Reinke. Effort from Wang kept out by Ma. No change at the break for China. They are Wang, Zhu and Chow. Ma, Bogart and Burke on court for China. Effort from Zhu is off court and wide on the near side. There is a check from one of the officials, Patrick Larson, on Megan Mann. So they have to make sure everything is fine. Of course, players who play goalball are either blind or partially sighted, so they have to wear the eye shades to make it fair competition. Because, as I mentioned, some players' sights could be better than others on court. Chow looking to make it 5-0, denied well. Burke looking to beat the Chinese defence, but Zhu in the way of it. They're rattling inside that ball as Man threw it into nothing. Chow with the attempt, which Canada keep out. Ling Zhang, Zhang Wang and Pei Ying-ke are the three other players China can bring on, and it's 5-0. They will score nearly 2 minutes old into the second half. Increase the lead. 5-0 to China. They're halfway to scoring 5 for the mercy rule now. Canada have been a lot better at the back than what Germany were yesterday. As of course, they fell foul of the mercy rule yesterday, which saw them go 10-0 down and the game stop. As you would have worked out by that difference of 10 on the scoreboard. And the rules of goalball, the game is over on that. We won't be going into overtime here, though. Chow's effort is saved well by Bogart. Now Burke getting all her might behind her to throw it and to find a way in, but cannot. All she can find is the ball going off the court and off target. On with the attempt. Straight low with it, left hand into Zhenhua Chao. His efforts coming back off Burke, but going off court. By Man. Kept out by Miao Zhu. 8 minutes 48. China 5, Canada 0. Zhu's efforts kept up by Bogart. Another Canada change. Burkhoff, Reinke on.
Number 7, Amy Burke, replaced by number 5, Emma Reinke.
Reinke is to be introduced for this second half for the first time. Away we go. Man's effort deflects off Wang. Not enough on it to creep over the line. Still a little bit away, actually. Man's effort kept up by Chao. She's gone everywhere, really, to try and score. Far side, near side, through the middle. It's not coming off for Canada at the moment. Reinke with the latest attempt. China's defence just stands so strong. It's out from Chao's effort. I wonder if there'll be the stage where Jiao Peng Zhang thinks he might take off Wang or Zhu or Chao and give one of the replacements some minutes on court. Still well over 7 minutes to go. Could go in for 5-1, and it has, so Canada have now scored. Finally, the fans have something to cheer about. As China call a timeout.
Timeout called by China.
So there is goal for Canada, who have been a little bit better in this second period. Hope that get maybe another one, maybe another two. Just get the Chinese a little bit anxious. That might just think in their mind if they were to get another one. While this isn't certain for China, who will hope that there's no complacency in their game at the moment. Tapped in from Chow is kept out. Now with Man. She too won't find a way through. Wang won't. Cleared away. Reinke. They've got thrown it along the floor through to Reinke, who's denied. So 6 minutes, 53 seconds remain. China 5, Canada 1. Chow's effort kept out by Bogart. Reinke looking for the far corner of the China goal, but Chow with 2 hands pushing it forward and off the court. As now China will have the ball and have the next throw. Wang, there by Bogart. Out and off the court. So it will be a China ball. Next up on court, Ukraine against Japan to determine who South Korea will play in the men's gold medal match tomorrow. They beat Lithuania 11-7 in the first semi-final. Which means Lithuania will be contesting the men's bronze medal match. Attempt by Wang. It's an attempt that has power but lacks the accuracy. So that was missing as it went past Marn. Just uses her left hand to move across her own goal line. So how's it go? Kept out well there by Zhenhua Chow. Five minutes, 19 to go. Reinke. Out and over Zhenhua Chow. Has a go herself. Well, there by Man. Well, at least Canada haven't completely fell off a cliff in terms of letting China just score and score like Germany did yesterday. Just tried to keep themselves in it, Canada, as they just keep sort of biting at China and bite them down so much they come back, but still feels like it's only small bites rather than a real big bite to get them back into this contest. Wang moving all the way back to the goal line, through the middle. Turning into it with her feet was Bogart, slips through to the right of Megan Marn and goes off court. Trying to ball with Chow. It's a better effort. She tried to go for the far corner, but pushing it out off court was Emma Reinke. Chow again, 4 minutes to go. Canada call a timeout.
Timeout call for Canada.
So we might, and probably will, have a slightly later start in the second men's semi-final between Ukraine and Japan. It's due to start at 1:45, so we might be probably starting around 1 o'clock as we wrap up this game between China women and Canada women. China Close now to playing in the gold medal match or the final against Japan. Canada will contest the bronze match against Brazil. As there's not just going to be the finals tomorrow, the bronze medal matches. There's matches for 5th and 6th in both the men's and the females, and for 7th and 8th tomorrow. So all 8 sides in the quarterfinals of the World Games here in Birmingham, both the men's and the females, are going to be having at least another match tomorrow, whatever they are playing for. Effort kept out by Zhenhua Chao. She goes all the way back to the last line, her own goal line. China have been really big at going to the goal line so they can just take that run up and let the power and the momentum carry them on. Brilliant stop by Zhu. It looked like she was going to get down late, but she got down in the nick of time, and it's almost made that barrier to not let it go over her. Great stop to tonight, Megan Mann. Sorry, Reinke, her and Megan Mann have actually swapped over. Mann now on the near side, Reinke on the far side. Reinke with the discus style throw, but it's low, lacks the bounce and height. Effort by Zhu. Straight into Mano was swapped again with Reinke, who was on the far side for just the last few seconds. Now she's gone to the near side. Is China make a change?
For China, number 2 out, Jiao Zhengya, replaced by number 1, Zhang Jiling.
So Jiling Zhang on for Zhenhua Chao, so number 1 on for number 2. Just get checked by Balitbenka, the official. Of course, is on that side checking all of these substitutes when they enter the court. You already know by now why they've got to check the eye shades. For it is Jiling Zhang, immediately after coming on trying to get a goal for her side, but successful. I have to say, China probably have been the most impressive team on the women's side of the draw. They brought it with them into this semi-final. Can they do it tomorrow when they take on Japan? They've beaten them already, but we know with Japan, they just hang in there, don't they? They do not know when they're beaten. Certainly in the quarter-final and semi-finals today. Effort by Reinke. One that's held by Miao Zhu. And it might go in for 6-1, it will. Chunyang Wang will celebrate and is the recipient. She came through the middle with power, had pace. And the shot is gone over Mann via a touch and in. And the lead is bigger now for China. And then Zhang going for it, it was low. Kept out by Mann. Less than 90 seconds of the semi-final here between China and Canada to go. Court and wide from Chunyang Wang. China change, which you'll hear now from the stadium announcer who that is.
Substitution for China, number 6, Wang Chunyang out. In number 4, Wang Yizheng.
Chunyang Wang off. Yizheng Wang on for China. So the only player who looks like they're going to not be involved in this semi-final is going to be Pei Ying-ke. Throw from Zhu, kept out by Man. So we're into the final minute now. Game done and dusted. How many do China want? How many will Canada give them as well? Great stop by Zhiling Zhang. Right to the very end, China alert and defending brilliantly. So Pei Ying-ke, I said, is not featured yet in this game. Is going to get the luxury of featuring for 23.8 seconds. And she will come on in place of Miao Zhu. There's Jiaopeng Zhang feeling quite gracious and very much open to allowing his players to feature at least for a few seconds or minutes on the court. Zhang with the attempt. Kept up well by Man. Then going for it for Canada. Her and Man have swapped sides. Actually, they've gone near to far side again. They've interchanged quite a bit in this second half. She's only seen them score once. So the last chance will be Canada's. And the buzzer sounds, and it won't even be 6-2. It will be an all-Asian women's final in the Goalball tournament here at the World Games. China beaten Canada 6-1. And I'll tell you what, I think we might have witnessed the winners of this tournament. China have been so strong right the way through. They continue their undefeated run as they are on their way to the final. So the red and yellow flag will be in the stands as China are in the final. Japan await. And they've beaten Canada in the women's semi-final by 6-1. Canada, though, will still be here tomorrow. They play in the bronze medal match against Brazil. But it's China-Japan who will meet in the women's final of the Goalball tournament at the World Games. China 6, Canada 1.
5-minute warning.
Welcome along, everybody. The last of semi-finals Saturday is Ukraine against Japan in the second men's semi-final for the right to play South Korea in tomorrow's gold medal match at 10-4. Should there be no delays. Well, already today, Brazil and Japan women 1-1 after 4 periods, with the win being on penalties for Japan. And it was Lithuania 7, Korea men 11, China 6, Canada women 1. So Japan will play China in tomorrow's gold medal match, whereas for Lithuania and Korea, Korea would beat Lithuania. We now find out from this game who Korea will be playing in the final. Starting with Ukraine then for this semi-final. 4 players in the lineup. Strelchik is number 2. Anton is first name. Number 4 is Yevgeny Shenenko. Number 4, as I mentioned, Rodion Zlianin is number 5. Alexander Toporkov is number 7. Fedor Dobrovin is the head coach. Anton Dobrovin is the assistant. Victoria Poshivailo is the other member of staff. And for Japan, they have Yuto Sano, number 1. Yoshu Nobusawa, number 2. Yuji Tagauchi is number 4. Kazuya Kaneko, number 7. Koji Miyajiki, number 8. Yuta Kawashima is number 9. And their coaching staff, their head coach, front and centre, is Rikiya Kudo. Aye Toda is the assistant. Ryoga Hayashi is the other member of staff. Well, just before we get underway, we'll give you a little guide to what Goalball was all about, as we are just under 5 minutes away from finding out who South Korea will play in the final of the men's Goalball here at the World Games in Birmingham.
This is your guide to Goalball. The aim of Goalball is to throw a 1.25 kilogram ball into your opponent's goal and to prevent your opponent from doing the same. At the end of the match, the team with the most goals wins. It's a simple premise, but there's so much that adds layers of intrigue. At official competitions like the Paralympic Games, Goalball can be played by athletes who are blind or partially sighted. All players must wear eye shades to even the competition. Players have some audio and tactile cues to help them locate the ball and their surroundings. The lines on the court are slightly raised so players can feel where they are on the court. Added to that, the 1.25 kilogram ball has bells within it to help players locate its position. That's right, by the way, 1.25 kilograms. Goalball is played on a court of 18 by 9 metres, and the goals themselves are the full 9 metre width of the court. In teams of 3, players take turns to attack and defend depending on possession of the ball. It requires great toughness and durability, as the game is played on a hard court with limited protection, and the only way to stop the ball going in is to block it, sometimes by hurling yourself across the hard court to make spectacular saves. In attack, different throwing techniques are used to generate power and accuracy and to try and dupe the opponent. The most common is the discus throw, where players spin and release akin to a discus thrower. A popular move, coined the Brazilian special, involves powering the ball backwards through your own legs. Players aren't unlimited in their options though. Among the rules is a requirement for the ball to touch the floor in both your own and your opponent's half, much like a ping pong serve, to be a legal throw. At the Paralympics, throws have been measured at over 60 kilometers an hour, as the best players in the world look to fire their way to glory. The USA are the most successful country at the Paralympics, with both their men's and women's teams winning a combined 13 medals over the years. Their women's team have also got the most World Championships podiums. In the men's, the USA are also the most decorated with 5 Paralympic medals, closely followed by Lithuania with 4. Goalball is played all around the world at the highest level at world and regional championships in Europe, Africa, the Americas and Asia and Oceania, as well as lots of smaller competitions. So what are you waiting for? Check Goalball out now.
So we are about to get started here. Ukraine have the three of Strelchik, Toporkov, Zlilanin from left to right on court, which is the usual three that do start for Ukraine. I'll give you Japan's three players on court very shortly. Romaldus Vaitekius is our main official, and he'll be just going through the guidelines before we start. Who's to his right, who's on court, and who's going to get us underway. Ukraine left to right in their blue shirts, Japan black and red, mainly black, a little bit of red on it. Kaneko makes the first stop for Japan. Just had that spin throw, it's a very good stop by Strelchik. Kaneko does the stop in again. He'll now have the next attempt for Japan. Trying to go the right through the Ukraine defence, but Strelchik holds on. So Japan, right to left, Sano, Kawashima, Kaneko. Only a minute played. Ukraine 0, Japan 0. Toporkov just banging on the surface for Zlinin to fire it. Came off two Japan players. Touching it into Kaneko was Kawashima. It then goes off Kaneko and off the court, away to his right. That could have ended up anywhere. His effort denied. Not fully kept hold of, but back on the rebound is Kawashima. It's to Kaneko. There to stop it. Keep it out is Toporkov. His effort. Put off the court by Sano. Now the losers will play Lithuania in the bronze medal match. Winners will play South Korea in the gold medal match. They are both to come tomorrow. You know the women's final. Japan against China. We know that Brazil will play Canada in the bronze medal match. So as Ukraine keep it out, Strelchik just throws it off the court. Smart move because it would have been done potentially with a high ball or a long ball or even the 10-second time. So just decided to throw it off the court to make life easier for himself and to not concede a penalty for his side. Kaneko's effort is kept out from the next Japan attempt. Of course, when you do knock it off like that, it will go for the opposition. Strelchik through the middle. Cutting it out is Kawashima. 2 minutes gone. Ukraine 0, Japan 0. Second semi-final in the men's goalball tournament here at the CBS Arena in Coventry. Low, it's going to deflect it, is it? No. Zlinin came centrally, came off Kawashima, then off Kaneko and out. Not in. Japan won't mind that at all. Zlinin going for it again, kicked out by Sano, who's then denied by Toporkov, who doesn't have to move that much. Zlinin again, it's in this time. First blood to Ukraine. All the way through Rodion Zlinin. He's just had a few warm-ups, now found that way in. And with nearly 3 minutes played, it is Ukraine who lead Japan in the second men's semi-final. As the clock has stopped because Kazuya Kaneko is just having his shoelace tied up. Toporkov, who stopped the ball going off the court and to his right in Japan's half, then gave it back to Zinin, who threw it off it. Just thought, I don't really want it, not right to shoot, so he'll give it back to Japan, who will have the attempt as it went off the court. Strelchik's effort well held and dealt with by Kawashima. Strelchik nearly finding it on the near post. Brilliant stretched save by Kaneko. Showed how flexible he was to keep that out. Go for it out. Toporkov spills it, but Strelchik behind him to hold on. How grateful he is he's there. Sano for Japan. Testing the waters and able to deal with it are Ukraine. Rodion Zilanin. Along the floor with power and pace, just misses out the inside. Just rolls off the outs, past the post and out. Union's attempt, kept up by Kaneko. Up he gets. Straight at Toporkov though. Strelchik's effort denied by Kaneko. Ukraine 1, Japan 0. 7 minutes 36 seconds remain. Winners will play Korea in the final. We've got an all-Asian female gold medal match between Japan and China. Japan men looking to make it an all-Asian men's final as they could book their place against Korea. So, off the court after Sano saved. You know, it will mean a Japan ball. From Strelchik. Kept out by Kawashima. Now Zilanin, who only goals given Ukraine the lead. Firing it through, clearing it forward. Kaneko bounced off the back of Kawashima. That's the risk, because if the Japanese defender dives as you're clearing it, it could bounce off his back and go in. So you do play a dangerous game doing that. As it's now 2-0 through the centre of the Japan defence from Rodion Zilanin. 2-0 now Ukraine. Japan call a timeout. Probably a really good time to call that. With Ukraine extending their lead through Rodion Zilanin. You see with Korea how they've got In Tae-jong and Hak Soo-im just delivering the goods. Ukraine have one here, and Rodion Zilanin. So work to do for Japan. Sano's attempt kept out by Zilanin, who keeps it out forward. He was worried it might go behind him, but he knew it was ahead of him, so he just relaxed. And he's got another one. 3-0 Ukraine. Very similar type of finish to the other two. Turn and spin through the gap and found a way in. Zilanin with all three. There's Ukraine. putting Japan to the sword here. As it looks like Yuji Tagauchi's going to be coming on very shortly for Japan. Kaneko low, goes Ostrowczyk and in. That's one back. Sano came on the near side. Threw forward. Hoped it came Ostrowczyk in, and it did. So Japan are on the board, 3-1. To Ukraine, it's nearly 4-1 with Zielinin's effort. It was deflected. He's on the far side of the court, so he threw it just ahead of him. Came off Sano. Nearly looked like it was going to wrong foot Kaneko, but he kept it out himself. Yuta Kawashima replaced. Yuji Tagauchi is on. As Romualdas Vaitekius just checks his eye shades. Over on the far side, Janice Dawson, by the way, is on the near side, the official. Right by Kaneko. So 5 minutes, 49 seconds remain. Japan at the moment behind. Ukraine 3, Japan 1. Zielinin with all three for Ukraine. Sano pulling one back for Japan at 3-0 down. So the attempt from Zielinin, denied again by Kaneko. Could go in for fire. Ooh, no, it's not. Nearly 4-1. Japan getting in some very important last-ditch saves and blocks in. Ostrowczyk with the throw. Kept out by Tagauchi. Timeout Ukraine. Well, if it wasn't for a couple of blocks being kept out at the very last second by Japan, Ukraine could have been more than 3-1 up. As the timeout's called, chance for the court to get a wipe on the right of me and on the left of me. Also for the players to get hydrated, as we've just got 5 minutes left to go. Clock, of course, stops on a timeout. Koji Miyajiki was sort of just pacing up and down over on the Japan bench before taking his seat. So back on the way we go with Ukraine shooting. Shooting denied by Sano, who doesn't mind moving from his area to have a go at goal and does go through the centre. Ostrowczyk turns into it and is there to stop, being at 3-2. Wide though by Kaneko, who really spins down and then so quickly, it almost looks like not even before he lands, he just gets that throw towards the Ukraine goal. Zielinin's effort has the sting and sort of effort taken out of it by Kaneko. Borkov throws it now to Zielinin. He's got to think quickly and throw it towards goal. He does towards Japan, but kept out by Yuji Tagauchi. Sano coming centrally and firing it wide. He's playing over on the far side defensively, but whenever he takes a shot, he moves all the way from there, goes central or goes on the near side. So he is moving around all over the place. So it's so hard to work out as a coach when you're probably trying to analyse who you're specifically playing against, who you're having to deal with. And certainly Sano is probably one of the hardest people to point out because, as I said, he just moves around when he takes his shots. He doesn't actually stay in the same place. So Kaneko off. Koji Miyajiki on. Probably a little bit unlucky that he's not actually playing because he was good in their win yesterday against the USA. Helped himself to a couple of efforts. Oh, Shade's fine. And his first involvement's going to have a shot towards Ukraine's goal. Can it be 3-2? Won't be Strelchik there. Diving alongside Toporkov to keep it out. Sano's bounced effort. Going all the way through and into Ukraine's half. Zhilinin keeping it out. Through the middle. Denied well there by Tagauchi. Came off of Kawashima in the first half. Miyajiki. Denied well by Toporkov. Toporkov just tapping at it. Strelchik goes for it. Blocked by Tagauchi, and then he's able to catch it at the second attempt. Miyajiki has a go. Saved well by Toporkov. So less than 2 minutes to go. Ukraine 3, Japan 1. Shooting looking for the far corner. A little bit too straight. It's easy into the midriff of Miyajiki. And his effort is tipped by Strelchik all the way to Zhilinin, so could set him up with an assist here. Potentially, no, won't be a goal though because Sano keeps him out. It's out well there by Strelchik. Well, Ukraine as it stands are playing Korea in tomorrow's final. What will be the 102nd and last match of goalball here at the World Games. And Japan men taking on Lithuania in the fourth place match as both sides compete for bronze. Zhilinin looking for the bounce but stayed low. Good height was Tagauchi to make the stop. Miyajiki's turn. Oh, nearly. Strelchik doesn't dive. That's in for 3-2. No question. Dived into his left. Moved out of his centre point. Where he, of course, is occupying that position on the near side. Went past Toporkov and he saved his bacon there. Sano's attempt. Denied well. Last 30 seconds then of this first half. Zhilinin through the gap. Miyajiki saves. Does well to keep him out as well. And then off court by Miyajiki. Throws it centre inside his area, but doesn't go in. Strelchik tries to go through the gap again, but Miyajiki, brilliant in terms of turning into it and clearing it away. Substitutions for Japan have worked really well, actually, since they came on. So 1.3 seconds remain of the first half. As Ukraine will just not take the shot and hold on with what's left. Well, they're 3-1 up. A hat-trick from Rodion Zilenin, the only player for Ukraine to score. And a goal from Yuto Sano has meant that Ukraine lead 3-1 going into the break here in the second men's semi-final. And it's Ukraine 3, Japan 1. Ukraine, as it stands, on course to play Korea in tomorrow's men's goalball final at the World Games in Birmingham.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
So Japan to start this second half, left to right in black, and then red at the top and the bottom of their shirts. Ukraine in all blue. The yellow numbers, of course, and the name of country on the shirt as well. It is Japan 1, Ukraine 3. Sano with the attempt, wide. No changes made at the break by any side. Rochik's effort kept out by Tagauchi. Right to left for Japan. Sano, Tagauchi, Miyajiki. Who has the go now, the latter for Japan. For Ukraine, right to left. Strelchik, Toporkov and Zilenin. And the effort is kept out well by Miyajiki. From the effort from Sano. So it won't be the men and the women's of Japan in the final as it stands, unless they can find 2 goals to take it to overtime at least. Strelchik's effort is kept out well by Sano. These two sides really do like playing in a fast-paced environment, and nearly through was Miyajiki. Just looked like Toporkov wasn't going to react, but did in the end. kept it out with his feet as it looked like it might have bounced high past him and into the middle goal. They would have pulled it back to 1 for Japan. Sano unable to find a way through. Not the best of efforts by him. Miyajiki for Japan. Goes for it. Kept out by Zilanin. Shinenko on the bench for Ukraine. Nobusawa, Kaneko, Kawashima on the bench for Japan. Only Nobusawa's yet to actually taste any of the action and have that feel of being on the court this game. So stoppage and delay because of Sano tying his right shoe up. Janet Dawson just telling that to the crowd. Sano. Denied well by Toporkov. He just reacts so well. There's Alexander Toporkov. Miyajiki. It's denied by Strelchik. We will now have this next attempt for Ukraine. No goals in the second half yet. Still Japan 1, Ukraine 3. Seems to be the bulk of the chances so far. Shots for Ukraine have come from Anton Strelchik as Tagauchi won't see Japan get the next shot away because it will go to Ukraine. Off the court, Zilanin. Denied well by the centre for Japan, Tagauchi, and those bright yellow trainers. Strelchik keeping Miyajiki at bay. Strelchik looking for the middle to near side of the goal, but Sano keeps it out. No way through from Sano's attempt. Toporkov blocks it. 9 minutes exactly remaining, 3 gone in the second half. Ukraine 9 minutes away from appearing in the Goalball final at these World Games in Birmingham, where Goalball's being played in Coventry, a little bit away from Birmingham. Brilliant work there by Toporkov. Feet over the line, but not the ball, as he was able to play it back on the right side of the court rather than seeing it go back into Japan's half and on the left side. The following Ukrainian shot comes to nothing, however. Toporkov passes to Strelchik. His attempt is wide. Cheeky going for it, but kept out. Cheeky low. Save well by the feet of Zilanin, then held on to brilliantly by Strelchik. Zilanin going through the gap, diving and missing it was Tagauchi, but not missing it was Sano. That was big, he got there. There has been a stoppage of some sort. High ball against Koji Miyajiki. And a chance for Ukraine to get the first goal of the second half and put them just that little bit more clearer of Japan and get them that one step closer to the gold medal match.
Quiet, please.
Zilanin against Miyajiki. Watch it. cheer that's been let out by the Japanese supporters and staff. You would have thought they'd gone in front rather than saved the penalty from Gilanin.
Timeout called by Japan.
Timeout called by Japan as a result of that penalty missed by Ukraine. So it still remains 7 minutes 54 seconds to go. And 1 Ukraine 3. Still time for Japan to overturn this, to turn it around in their favour. Have seen comebacks in this competition in the men's. Great Britain against Egypt on day 1. We saw South Korea, Lithuania in the first phase. His effort again, moving around the court, continuing what he was doing in the first half. Strelczyk is the latest shot to be saved. Into Miyajiki. Volkov denying it. Getting up quick, sliding across, and then just with his left hand palming it back to Strelczyk, who goes through the gap through Tagauchi, but not through Sano. And it will be 3-2. One more and they're level. Where does this game go now from here? Gilanin kept out by Miyajiki. Looks as though the Japanese men may take inspiration from the women as they could come back here. They were down on their knees in 2 penalty shootouts in the last 2 days against the USA and Brazil. Fought hard to get the result in their favour and win. Will Japan do it on court here against Ukraine in the men's semi-finals? 6 minutes 55 remain. This next goal, if there is to be one, is humongous for this game. Sano, saved by Gilanin, held on by Toporkov. It'll be now Strelczyk's turn to have a go. Kept out by Miyajiki. Turning into it is Strelczyk. Toporkov there to just lay it off to Strelczyk, who's got to take this on quickly as well as he goes straight into Yuji Tagauchi. Strelczyk away. Getting Sano's shot away.
Timeout called Ukraine.
Ukraine timeout. I think that was necessary. Wise decision by the coaching staff. (3-2) it is. South Korea certainly had an easier game to get to the final with against Lithuania. Far from it for Ukraine. Again, these two, as I mentioned, do like games being fast-paced. Has really happened here. Six minutes 18 to go. Ukraine in front by the skin of their teeth at the minute. In through. Goes off of Sano. Well kept out. Tagauchi sprinting over, just playing it back to Miyajiki, who will have a go, hoping for a deflection. Albeit though a deflection not behind Toporkov, but just ahead of him. Miyajiki again, straight there into Strelczyk. Scoreline like this. Ukraine always going to feel nervous right to the end. One more goal, they'll just feel a little bit happier and a little bit more calm. I imagine they're probably having nerves jangling Stomach's probably, the inside of us doing somersaults now with how sort of tense they probably are. Notice Japan are all stood up on their coaching staff. They're all sitting down in Ukraine's. Miyajiki with the attempt. Zhilinin keeping it out. Up by Tagauchi, and Japan will have the next throw. Obusawa, Kawashima, Kaneko on the bench for them. Only Shinenko available for Ukraine to bring on. Down the centre, low, easy for Toporkov just to steer clear. Passes it on to Strelchik. Throw bounces, it's off the court though, despite Miyajiki saving it. Denying a fall for Ukraine. Strelchik's effort kept out by Sano, just lets it run. Sees it off the court. The centre he goes, denied well by Strelchik. Porkov will get there. And then we'll just throw it off the court. He knew he had a little time to give that to either Strelchik or Zhilinin. So he just threw it off the court and didn't want to give it to one of them two to get penalised for a bad shot or a sort of being caught out on the time count. So Ukraine half of the court gets a wipe. Well, Sano's pulled it back to 3-2, but just before that, Rodion Zhilinin missed the penalty courtesy of a Japan high ball. That would have made it 4-1 at that point. Maybe made them breathe a bit easier, but now it is 3-2. They have to stay calm. Pressure on them as Japan look to level things up. Miyajiki's effort. Porkov standing firm and staying strong. Strelchik with it. Kept up by Tagauchi. Off the court, Japan ball. Dropped at the feet of Sano, coming in from the near side. He's gone on the middle of the goal line to the far side of it. He's kept out by the feet of Toporkov. Nothing's even going over him at the moment. Blocking it into himself. He's having a good game this second half. They're under siege a little bit, Ukraine, but Toporkov showing no signs of slowing down or being worn out. Miyajiki's efforts wider the near post to Zhilinin. 3 minutes 29 to go. The second half of this semi-final, perhaps. Japan 2, Ukraine 3. Effort by Sano's kept out. Every shot Japan have, Ukraine have got to be feeling so anxious that it might just creep in. Not long left now. For Japan to score, Ukraine to hold out, whatever way you look at it. Strelchik from the goal line, going a couple of yards forward along the floor. Stepped out by Miyajiki. Now there will be a change for Japan. Kaneko to go on. A bit of surprise that Yuto Sano is kind of come off, even though he's been the player who has got the two for Japan. With Kaneko and the speed he can throw at, certainly not surprised to see him on, but maybe who he's come on for is a real eyebrow raiser. Volkov keeps out the effort from Kaneko, now playing in that near side where Sano was just left, coming off. Gilanin. Poor attempt, which Tagauchi keeps out. Right out of his hand. Off the court from Miyajiki. 1 minute 59 now. Still Japan 2, Ukraine 3. Miyajiki, not through the gap. Porkov flinging himself, and in particular his legs, to get that out and away from his court. It's off the court, and it'll be a Ukraine ball. Saved well by Kaneko, who will have this next attempt. He will do that turn and he will do that spin. How much power he gets is a lot on it. Porkov is there. Timeout Ukraine.
Timeout called by Ukraine.
They always seem to call timeouts at a really, really good time to Ukraine. It's when they seem to be right under the cosh. When Japan seem to get close, they just try to upset them a little bit, their rhythm. Just disturb their momentum, perhaps, that they're trying to create. Taken to the wire by Japan. Will there be Japan goal? Maybe one for Ukraine at the minute. Can Kaneko fire them level? To the corner. Strelchik though. It was going off court, but of course he's never sure. He can't obviously see it. Maybe he could have just felt it might have just been going in on the inside to his right, but best thing to do is to steer it away from the court, and he did just that. Miyajiki, wow, at the feet of Strelchik. Stoppage at the moment as Kaneko is poised and ready to fire towards goal into the last minute. Porkov keeps it out. They will now give it to Gilanin, who will have a go. Just a half-hearted attempt, really. Knew he didn't have a lot of time, so just basically threw it off the court, I think.
Timeout called by Japan.
By Japan. 48.5 seconds. Time for them to have a think. Conjure something up that they've maybe not done before. Japan looking to follow what the women did and reach the gold medal match. Korea wait in the wings for Ukraine as it stands. Japan have got 48 seconds to change how this tournament looks for them. The timeout's now over. Countdown clock running. They've done the fake dummy runs. Ukraine just slightly moving just slightly. Yeah! 3-3. Miyajiki scores. The timeout works brilliantly for Japan. Miyajiki gets it. And there was that little feint run by two Japan players that just threw Ukraine off. And we are level here. Brilliant comeback by Japan. There's now Tagauchi will have his shades just checked out by Janice Dawson as he stuck his arm up. Well, they'd been hanging on. Not quite for dear life to that point, but they had been trying to stick in there, Ukraine. But they can't hold on any longer because Japan have made it 3-3. What a decision and what a masterstroke by Rikia Kudo. Easy for me to say in terms of calling that timeout at that time. As Miyajiki now gets his shades checked out by Janice Dawson. So everything is okay there. So 3-3. Gilan in. Denied well by Tagauchi. Anybody's game now. Kaneko got lined up. Particularly that as he tries to go through the gap. He just sort of got up, started crawling a little bit, then up and fired. Raw by Tagauchi, who keeps it out. Kaneko. Dealt with by Strelchik. Gilan in with the throw. Low. Blocked by Miyajiki. Timeout called again by Japan. The last one worked out wonderfully.
Timeout call for Japan.
So they hope that this one works out the same as the last one. No goal in these next 6 seconds. We will go into overtime. Koji Miyajiki, who will take this. They're going to do the feign run again. This is the last chance. Miyajiki, not enough on it. Strelchik calls it out. Ukraine, 0.1 seconds, yes, you've heard that right, have called a timeout. Just assessing now what to do next. Just a chance to just slow it down. Have a rethink. Strelchik and Gilan in discussion, so they're not going to be able to have an attempt. By the time it gets started, they won't even be able to throw the ball. There we go. So the timeout called as we will go into overtime of this men's second semi-final. Ukraine were just a few minutes away from setting up a final match against Korea tomorrow, but Japan had other ideas, and in particular sub Koji Miyajiki, who would score after Japan called a timeout within the last minute, that has seen them take this to overtime. You can tell about the Japan team, both men and the women, they're fighters. It's Japan 3, Ukraine men 3, as we start overtime in just a few minutes' time. Sudden death penalties. Japan winning 3-2. Korea won 11-7 against Lithuania. And in the second women's semi-final, China won 6-1 against Canada. Here it's 3-3 as we're 19 seconds away from overtime starting. 2 3-minute halves. If they aren't able to find a goal, then it will go into penalties. It's golden goal. So we could play for about 3 seconds and it could be over. We're about to get underway here for overtime. Kaneko replaced Sano on for the start of this half. Ukraine right to left. We now enter overtime. Gilan in. Denied well by Miyajiki. Fires it low. Heading towards goal. Strelchik keeping it away. Wide off of Sano. And then behind him, the moment Ukraine have Strelchik, Gilan into Porkov on. Sano, Tagauchi, Miyajiki on for Japan. Porkov keeps Japan at bay, that effort. It's just not enough in the shots at the moment by Ukraine. They do look a bit weary, look a little bit tired. Have they hit their spot? Seems like Japan have just got a little bit more on them at the moment. We're into overtime, 3-3. Nearly a minute down. Porkov now to Gilan in. Whose effort is stopped by Tagauchi. Mijiki also denied by Ukraine, and to Porkov with a diving Strelchik. Gilanin's effort, he wanted that deflection that he was aiming for, but it was the deflection forward. The Korean men's side is watching on from the near stand just below us, because they will play in the final tomorrow, but they don't know who yet. Gilanin's effort is currently cleared by Miyajiki. Powerful effort. Diving to his right is Toporkov. Saved well by Sano. Centrally he comes. Kept up well again by Toporkov. Last 50 seconds of the first period of overtime. 3-3. Remember, anyone scores, they're through. Next goal wins. Now Gilan in. What's he got? Not a lot. As Miyajiki is there to stop it. And the shot going beyond him and in the goal. Strelchik, cleared away by Tagauchi. We'll go back in Ukraine's half though. A lot on that clearance. Last 10 seconds. Gilan in. No way through. Sano saves. Sano's efforts out. 2 seconds is left of this first period of overtime with no goal to show for it. Strelchik denied. 3-3 it is. In in overtime. After the first period of it is done and dusted. We've got another 3 minutes, or otherwise we go to a penalty shootout to see who will play Korea in the final tomorrow afternoon. It's Ukraine 3, Japan 3, with the second half of overtime about to get started. Less than a minute until we get started again. This is a big, big second period of overtime. Remember, no one scores. We go to penalties. Ukraine 3, Japan 3. Ukraine were 3-0 up, had a penalty to go 4-1 up, which they missed. Sano and then Koji Miyajiki would make it 3-2 and then 3-3 respectively, with Miyajiki scoring the last of their comeback goals within the final minute of the second period of normal time. So Japan right to left. Remember, any goal is scored, it's over. They've gone for the fake run. Trying to throw the scent off. Orkov out. Stretching. In the save. As it's to Gauchi against Strauchik. Sano to Gauchi, Miyajiki on court for Japan. Zhilin into Porkov. Strauchik on for Ukraine. Porkov clears it with his feet. Throws it all the way back to Zhilanin. He got up very quickly. Going to the far corner! That is the closest Ukraine have come for a very long time. Tipped aside by Miyajiki. That might just be the biggest save he might make of this tournament for Japan. There does seem to be a bit of a problem for Koji Miyajiki. His left eye patch is sort of just come off, so he has to have that put back on by the official Janice Dawson. The other one is Romaldas Vaitekius. Because they had to put the patches on, then the eye shades go on. Miyajiki, the man who sent this game into overtime. Then just made a brilliant stop to know Rodion Zilanin is hoping for his country to progress to Sunday's gold medal match. Janice Dawson gets a second opinion from an official. Miyajiki back on. He's okay to carry on. With the sort of beach blonde hair. Gets the next effort in. Saved by Toporkov. Pretty much just sat on the ball to keep that out. Ukraine 3, Japan 3. 2 minutes of overtime. The second period of it to go. Strelczyk looking to beat Sano on the far side, but not able to. Ouchie. He had a massive roar as he kept out Strelczyk's effort. Toporkov shunning it out. I have to say, since Japan scored, both defences have been pretty strong. Gauchi saves, throws it back to Miyajiki. Is this to be the winner? Zilanin keeps it away from the goal. Minute and 10 seconds is all that's left. Attempted to score by Zilanin, kept out. And it will be! What a comeback! 3-0 down. They've won 4-3. They've got the decisive golden goal. And they join the women's side in the gold medal match in the men's, as they will be up against South Korea. What spirit, what determination Japan have got. And it's Sano, the man who's won it. He's got 3 of the 4. They were down, they were out, they were less than a minute from losing. Miyajiki equalised in normal time. Sano has won it. Strelczyk helped it in. And Japan have got the all clear to celebrate. And they have stolen it within the last minute of the second period of overtime. It's an all-Asian women's final. Now it's an all-Asian men's final as Korea will play Japan. What drama. Lithuania will take on Ukraine in the bronze medal match. But how that penalty miss from Zilanin could have been costly. They were 3-1 up. Zilanin missed. Sano would then make it 3-2. Miyajiki late to equalise. Then Sano in the last minute of overtime in the second period would get the golden goal that would take Japan through. Oh, what brilliant drama. Ukraine 3, Japan 4. It is they who are through to play Korea in Sunday's men's final.